You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime, Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Primetime. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered 216.
Welcome in, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, almost to your Friday edition of the episode of the week. It's all here, Inside Edge Network. So happy you guys are with us. The fourth day of our mega stream as the new evening block has taken shape here at the Inside Edge Network. And a reminder, of course, to make sure to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there, bottom of your screen. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. Also, check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. It is a one-stop shop for you when it comes to everything with us here at the network. If you don't get enough during the evening block like you do now, make sure you guys check it out because you are able to get a lot more. Everything from personality profiles. You got the full show and schedule rundown, what comes out not only on the daily shows, but weekly. All the schedule right there for you. A great chance to check out our partners page. You get those discount codes, you get those links to all of our different partners, everyone from Fanatics to Alley Rose Fragrances with their candles and body mist needs. To now, of course, the Brothers Lounge partnering with us here on the Inside Edge Network. And you can check out our merchandise store as well at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And don't forget, we're also on Roku. That's right. Download the Roku app. Just search Inside Edge Network, whether it's on your phone, on the TV, wherever. You can take us wherever, courtesy of Roku. Appreciate them and love the partnership with us, the Inside Edge Network and Roku. We enjoy that as well. How you guys doing? Everyone having a good Thursday? It's almost to your weekend, as I mentioned before, and a lot, as always, to get into. We're going to talk to Sean Shador. I know I didn't do this yesterday. We had kind of a more condensed show, so to speak. But starter's name for the first preseason game and the second preseason game. Deshaun gets the first start. Shador gets the second. Does it matter who goes first? We'll talk about that a little bit later in the program. Crazy story out of Parma involving the police and a woman with a 13-year-old son. You're going to have to just see the body cam footage to be able to really dissect this and give your own thoughts. I'm going to give my opinion on what happened. It was a year ago from this summer that this incident took place involving a teenager in Parma and law enforcement. We're going to dive more into that because the mom is now filing a lawsuit. Crazy situation in Southwest. Person passing away on the plane on a flight. We'll talk about that. Mayfield Heights police getting a little special when it comes to some special services. The Powerball, hey, it got to $1 billion, and that's where it ended. Somebody won it. We'll tell you who, where, why, and if you don't live in a certain state, I guess I'll try again next time. And as always, it'll be the unveiling of the viral video of the night at the end of the program, leading into Inside Edge Primetime with Chad and Eli right before 10 o'clock here on the Inside Edge Network. But first, the latest in what has now become the saga of Max Miller. I can't even say strange because he still is obviously a U.S. congressman, but now more details coming down and he's being sued by his ex-wife. This should surprise essentially nobody. Max Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, yesterday officially filing for paperwork against the Ohio Republican, alleging he published a nude photo of their young daughter online. A copy of the federal lawsuit obtained by The Hill alleges that Miller recklessly published and disclosed to the world a nude image of the child. And this is of their 2-year-old daughter. It says that Miller, quote, recklessly and intentionally gave the photo as part of a Dropbox folder to his lawyer, Aaron Mink, as part of a different cavalcade of documents and photos to salvage his political job, quote unquote, against Emily Moreno's claims of domestic abuse. Miller then posted a link to the Dropbox folder on X after a live stream defending himself, quote, but despite repeated requests from Miss Moreno's counsel, defendants have refused to provide information about how many times defendants disclosed and transferred the intimate image to viewers who accessed, viewed, or downloaded the intimate image, nor will defendants answer questions about who might have accessed, viewed, or downloaded the image. I feel like that's kind of obvious. Everyone did. Moreno claimed in a lawsuit that more than 400,000 people accessed the Dropbox folder and says she said she never gave Miller or Mink consent to publish the images into Dropbox. Quote, Miller's recklessness is underscored by the fact that any parent knows in this era and world filled with pedophiles, creeps, and AI-generated image alteration and video generation, not to put nude pictures of their child or any child on the public internet. Mink has taken responsibility for the images being made available to the public, telling Politico that he was the only person responsible for assembling, creating, reviewing, adding, deleting, redacting, or making any changes to the information and files that were in the Dropbox folder. Miller and Moreno, of course, divorced last year and have been embroiled in a bitter custody battle over their daughter. Moreno alleging that Miller threw scalding water on her, at her rather, held a gun to her head and may have broken their daughter's collarbone. The Ohio Republican has vehemently and repeatedly denied the allegations and vowed to remain in his reelection race despite calls to drop out or resign, including from Emily Moreno's father, Senator Bernie Moreno, and Senator John Husted has also come out. President Trump, we played the clips on Unfiltered back when we were in the 5 o'clock hour, and he had basically come out and said, this feels like a family matter. It's going to have to go through that. And he didn't have too much more to say other than just the accusations are wild. This situation is, like I kind of stated before, brutal at the end of the day. It really is. It's really sad. I like that view better. You get to see more of the background. And because I produce my own show, we kind of do things by the seat of our pants sometimes. So anyway, you guys saw it yesterday, so you know what I'm talking. I've commented on this story a bunch of times, and I vow to keep you guys in the know and up to date. It's part of what we do here at Unfiltered is that we give you guys the latest. We update you on stories that we've brought to you, whether it was the situation in North Royalton involving the officers and charges being, dismissed over a different officer from a different precinct and former officers suing, getting their jobs back, whatever it was, to unfortunately something like this. And like I said before multiple times, at some point, Max Miller, Emily Moreno, they got to figure this out. And politics have to go out the window. If that means that Max doesn't run and is not a part of this election process, then that's what needs to happen. Because at the end of the day, it's not about winning a U.S. Congress seat. It's not about any of that. It's about that daughter. It's about the 2-year-old girl. And I've mentioned this before. Who's going to, luckily, she's not going to remember any of this because she's not of age. She's 2. But the big issue is going to be down the road. She's going to be able to look this stuff up. And she's also going to be in that kind of environment. And that's not me saying he's all to blame and she's not, or she's all to blame and he's clean, or whatever it is. Like most things in life, there's this giant area in the middle called the gray area, where there's a lot of half-truths and he said, she said, easy for me to say. And there's a lot of space in between where we live, where a lot of people live in this kind of situation. I opened the Dropbox. I shared it on our Twitter, X, whatever, again, Unfiltered 216. And watched some of the interviews that Max did across different media platforms. And in certain parts, he looked good. And in a lot of parts, he looked bad. And it kind of just begs the question, why? I know there's an old adage out there that you need to speak up or people are going to just assume. But sometimes if you talk and people see it, they come to conclusions that maybe you are just losing it. And you feel like you have to because your back's against the wall. If he's truly innocent, if all this stuff is overblown, if things went the way they did because she, that being Emily Moreno, didn't go down the proper channels, she did make this mistake, she did frame him, she did say things that weren't true, over exacerbated the details, whatever it is, wouldn't you want to keep that private and just work it out? Let the judicial system work its way through. Let her say what she's going to. Who cares? The only person that matters in all of this is your daughter. And it's on your conscience now that you're going back and forth. Both of them. That's what I've said multiple times. At the end of the day, the environment you set for that child is going to determine how that child comes out of it. I don't know why a lot of our kids have issues, have mental health issues, or focusing issues, or whatever it is. Look in the mirror. Honestly, look in the mirror. Especially for those parents that are divorced or that never got married and never had that connection with that spouse, or they just co-parent or whatever it is. Look in the mirror and look at how you raise your child. Look at how you treat that person you had their child with. again, I use myself as an example. Are we the best of friends? No, I made plenty of mistakes, and she knows that, and I've admitted to as much. But when it comes to being around our child, I'm never going to bad talk her. I'm never going to throw her under the bus. Why? What is that going to solve? My child is loved in both locations, whether he's at mom's or dad's or whatever it is. And again, it's not easy. It's never going to be easy. And there's going to be tough conversations when he gets older. But one thing he's not going to worry about is, oh man, mom and dad are going to fight again when they drop me off or when dad picks me up or whatever it is. Like, that's not going to be a thing. Or when we're at sporting events of his or any sort of activities he has or whatever. That's not going to be a thing. I won't let it happen because I care too much about my child. The fact that this has now become a public spectacle, it's different because you're in the public eye. I am to a much lesser significant step. Obviously, we know we have a good following on Unfiltered. We know we have a good following on the Inside Edge Network, but I'm not a U.S. congressman. Not yet any. There's been people that have told me I should do things and I should run for certain positions. I don't know if I could ever do that because I'm not taking people's money. So that's the other issue. I'm never going to get the word out. But you chose this life. You chose to be in politics. You chose to have the spotlight on yourself. And that means that people like me are going to have to talk about stuff like this. It's the web we weave, man, and being in this spot and being in the situation and you going out there and doing these kinds of things and these interviews and all this stuff. I understand it, but I also don't get it, if that makes sense. You feel like, man, what do I have to do to show people that I'm telling the truth? Sure. But are you? If you are, sometimes, man, the best quality in all this is silence and letting it work itself out in the legal system. If you're telling the truth, why not present all of this to the judge, to a judge, whatever? I don't need to see this. This is all personal information. This is all stuff that we don't need to know. That will eventually get released with certain things being redacted when things go public. When it is public information at that point. But for now, you didn't have to do that. In a district, in an area where, again, Brian Poindexter is who he's running against, and you feel pretty confident that Max Miller is going to be able to win that seat back. Never know, but still. Again, end of the day, it's a damn shame that the kid's going to have to grow up in this situation. I don't know. Are the parents going to be able to figure it out? Are they going to be able to get along? Or is this kid going to be in a dysfunctional household, despite the money, despite the status, whatever it is, in a space where mom and dad just can't even, I can't even get picked up without them fighting or the dirty looks or the hatred or whatever. It's like, you really hope they can figure it out. First break here on Unfiltered, guys. Hey, when we come back, the Browns have named their starting quarterback for game 1 of the preseason and then also game 2 of the preseason. What does it mean? Does the order matter? We'll talk about that next here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. We're back. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new InsideEdge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at InsideEdge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the InsideEdge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at InsideEdge Net across all our social media platforms.
You know, considering all the storms that we had recently in Northeast Ohio and honestly throughout a lot of the region, suddenly the lightning in the background of the rejoinder feels like a bad choice. Nevertheless, welcome back in, guys. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, almost Friday, August 13th, 2026. So happy you are with us. And we have to talk about it. We didn't get a chance to yesterday, so we're going to bring it up today because it's coming up. We got an answer, kind of, as far as what the hell is going on with the Browns. So we know now, and head coach of the Browns has basically come out and said, like, all right, we're going to give Deshaun Watson the first crack against the Bears this weekend, and then they're going to give Shador start number 2. Doesn't matter. is the question that I pose to you, to the network. I know people probably talked about it last night too, but should we read anything into the fact that Deshaun's getting the first start? And I actually saw a take about the Browns training camp that was interesting over on Facebook, because apparently I'm old. That's really the only social media I kind of use. Um, but someone basically came out and said, "Hey, the Browns possibly have the best 1-2 punch and wide receiver draft since," I think they said something along the lines of Pittsburgh. And the Browns quarterback situation looks like poo, essentially. And you know what? Kinda. Yeah, I mean a little bit. It's rough. Just seeing the footage you've seen and stuff like that. Some of the balls thrown, the inability to get the ball out quickly. I just still don't know if the answer is currently on the team. And the issue with all of that is that, again, people are labeling Shador the guy. They're saying Deshaun, this is a make or break year, and they're right. I mean, he can't go out there and play 4 games and go 1-3 and play terrible. Like he's got to play well to just make sure he has a future in the NFL. But are you really surprised that Deshaun's starting the first game and then Shador starting the second? I'm actually more kind of surprised that he didn't announce that in the third is there 3 preseason games? I have no idea, but if there is one, so behind on NFL current rules. But that Dylan Gabriel isn't starting the last game. Because according to reports, Dylan Gabriel has been possibly the best quarterback and the most consistent. No team in the history of the NFL, in professional American football, has been more convoluted, more disorganized, and more just taken back to the woodshed than the Browns have with the quarterback position. Unless you're Otto Graham, it's been just rough. It's been just bad. And honestly, guys, I don't know if it's going to get any better. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. We'll see what Deshaun does, and I think that's the biggest thing. He's got to play well in a game, and he's got to stay healthy. He's got to be able to finish the game. Shador, I feel like you kind of know what you're getting right now. He's going to be a little better than last season. He got first team reps now. He's had a full off season with the team, even though it's a new thing with Todd Monken in the system or whatever it is. Like, you feel pretty confident that he's gotten some improvement there. But at the end of the day, his problem has been the same problem he's always had: getting the ball out on time, avoiding sacks, not playing hero ball. And then when he gets cold, he gets ice cold. People don't talk about that as much, but his ability to really just go out there freezing and not be able to turn it on, or maybe he turns on the jets, but it's too little, too late. That kind of thing. You're not getting Deshaun Watson that was playing 2018, 2019 in Houston, leading the league in passing yards, a dual threat monster that could get you, 50 to 80 yards, potentially a game on the ground. Like, you're not getting that player anymore. So is he mobile enough? And is he going to be able to get the ball out in time? Remember, that was the biggest thing watching him. If you think back to those 18, whatever it was, 19 starts he's had in Cleveland, his timing looked just awful. When he did get the ball out on time, he wasn't accurate. So, like, he's got to get that under wraps, and Shador, the accuracy's got to be next level. I don't know what they're going to do. But I can tell you one thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who starts the first game, the second game, the third game, whatever. Like, there's a reason why the Vikings already named Kyler Murray their starter. These teams that have these guys that are quarterback gurus that know how to handle this kind of thing, that know how to handle a competition, that know how to handle and pull the best out. They figure this out pretty quickly. And I'm not saying Todd Monken doesn't already know who he wants to be a starter is, but like at the same point, is it really that close to? It's gotta be like infuriating being a Browns fan. Like I'm very grateful that when I was growing up, my dad never forced this on me. Like some people, it's a generational thing. I know Baker's come out and said the generational Browns fans. And listen, I went to the game last year, opening game against a home opener against Cincy. You know, the energy lost that game by 1 point. Offense couldn't score. Joe Flacco always finds the way to throw for 250 to 350 yards, but also throw 2 picks. Like I watched it. It's and when I went to the game, I was the honorary Browns fan until I left the stadium, and it was hard. It was hard to be a Browns fan. I give you all credit. I give people on the network credit that are Browns fans that put up with this. Double A, Eli, all these guys. Like, I mean, hey, I think Chad's an Atlanta guy for the Braves, which they're doing great. But good Lord, this is it's rough, dude. It's so hard. It's hard watching Browns games. It's hard watching It's hard watching some of the tape and some of the clips that come out. For every good clip, there's like 3 ones where you're like, oh, these guys are professional quarterbacks. That's really what they're going to trot out there. Hey. And I'm sitting here and they're talking about Tyler Shuck in New Orleans being, oh, he's going to make a big leap. It's like, please don't patronize me. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, feel free to leave a comment. If you're watching on X, you're watching on YouTube, wherever you're at. Does it matter who goes first, who goes second? Does it really feel like it's still an open competition where anyone can come out and win? I know who people prefer, right? Unless you're an analyst or unless you're someone that does this, that's played football, whatever it is, I feel like 99% of Browns fans want Shador to be the guy. It's less problematic. You didn't have heartbreak of 4 years of the dude essentially not playing. And when he did play, not playing well. Again, I throw out the numbers. Deshaun is the starting quarterback for the Browns. Still technically, I believe, 8-10. Just saying. He's almost a 500 quarterback despite playing like ass. Shador last season played pretty poorly. Had a couple of good moments. I think he had a good game. One good game and a couple good throws. Went 3-4 as a starter. So it feels like if you get quarterback play, look at Baker back when he had his 24 touchdown, 6 interception season, and everyone was anointing him the new king of Cleveland for a decent season. Didn't throw for 4,000 plus yards. Didn't have this crazy 30 plus touchdown season. He just didn't turn the ball over the second half of the year and played good enough. And the Browns went 11-5 and almost made it to the AFC Championship. They were a Chad Henne stop away from potentially winning that on a scramble. Can one of these two, can anyone in that quarterback room just not be incompetent and start and not get hurt? I've said it before. I think Shador should get the opportunity. Deshaun wouldn't be on the team anymore if it was up. When the owner comes out and says it was a mistake, that we should have never done this, we misfired, that doesn't mean, yes, let's play him more. But again, I also get the other side of it. You put the money into it. You had to see it through. But you have someone in Shador that was graded as a first to second round quarterback, taken in the 5th round. He has his issues, whatever it is. But again, 3-4 as a starting quarterback, despite playing bad, despite not getting a proper offseason where he got first team reps, despite it really being built into almost kind of like looking at last season and saying, hey, it's going to probably be a red shirt for him. And he still ended up having to play 7 games, start 7 games. I think he played like I'd want to give him the full season to see what he does. And if he plays bad and the team is awful and they win 3 or 4 games and you get a top 5 pick next year, along with the first round pick from the Rams, which will be in the late 20s to 30s, depending on how good their season goes, so be it. If Shedeur shocks everyone and they win 8, 9, 10 games and they're in the playoff hunt, or God forbid they make the playoffs and you're picking in the late teens or early 20s, well then hell, that worked. That's great. Then you have a quarterback. There is no downside to starting Shedeur Sanders for the entire season for the Browns either way. There really is. I guess the only middling part would be if you only won 6 games. If you went like 6-10, or even honestly 7-9 is not. It's closer to 500, but like 7-9, you'd want 8. Ideally, if you're the Browns, if you're starting Shedeur Sanders now in his second season, you want to win 8 games with a second-year quarterback who didn't have a lot of experience. Ideal. With Deshaun, if he started the whole season, you want him to win double-digit games. They were throwing out, the main event was last weekend, 6 games is the threshold. No. If you were starting Taylor Green, 6 games is the threshold. With the defense they have, with the talent they have. This is different. You've got talent. You've got players. You need to win football games. And Todd Monken is not one of these young gun 30-something-year-old coaches. He's in his 60s or close to it. He's got to win because he may not get another opportunity as being a head coach. So I don't blame him for being careful. But also, I'm starting Shedeur. Based on what I saw last season, based on it's a win-win for you this year. If he plays bad and they go 3-14 or 2-15 or 4-13 or 5-12 or whatever it is, hey, okay, listen, we gave it the old college try. We did our best. We did what we could. We gave the kid the reins. He just couldn't handle it. Time to move forward. We're gonna reevaluate the position. We're gonna draft a quarterback. We're looking at the options in college because there will be plenty. Starting Deshaun at all stunts the growth, unless he comes out guns blazing in this preseason game against Chicago and goes like 15 for 15 for 200 yards and a couple touchdowns, and you're like, oh shit, oh this guy's gets a few first downs with his legs, whatever. Like, okay, hey, because they're going to play half. They're going to play a full half. At least the starters will. I'd imagine that Shedeur will come in with the 2s after Deshaun and then vice versa, possibly in game 2. Unless Deshaun has just wowed you and he is just like, damn, he's that dude. Why are you not starting Shedeur? It wouldn't have even been a competition for me. I'm giving him all the ones. I'm giving him all the reps. I'm giving him the best possible chance to go into the season and play well. And if he doesn't, hey, we're going to have a top 5 pick. Awesome. In a quarterback heavy draft, potentially, where we're talking about maybe 4, 5, possibly 6 QBs taken in the first round. Yeah, we like our chances there. Having another first round pick later in the round 2 to be able to possibly even trade up and get the number 1 quarterback, whoever that is. Dante Moore, Arch Manning, CJ Carr, whoever. And if he plays out of his mind, or if Shedeur played fantastic on a 5th round draft pick deal, hell yeah. Where we went 9-8 with Shedeur, oh my God, that's great. We can address a few more, maybe another lineman, maybe another receiver, whatever it is. We can fill a hole. We're gonna have 2 first round picks to do that. 2 high quality players, 2 potential future starters. There is no way to lose that. But again, Double A brought it out, and he said it best. The reason why Todd Monken was brought in is because he had a plan for Deshaun Watson. And the Browns want to see that to the end of the contract because they committed 5 years, fully guaranteed. So now they're going to live and die by number 4. And what he does in the first handful of games this season will determine if he plays football ever again. So, best of luck, bud. You're going to need it. Quick break here on Unfiltered, guys. When we come back, I've got to play this police cam, this body cam footage from you out of Parma involving this teenager with this mom who is now pressing charges following a lawsuit against 3 different Parma officers. You have to see it to believe it. That coming up next on the program. Stay with us. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, almost to your Friday, August 13th, 2026. So happy you are with us here on the program. And I want to get into this story now involving the Parma Police Department, a 13-year-old and a mother who is now filing charges against them a year after this incident took place involving her son. Lisa Gonzalez filing the charges in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas this week, asking a judge to find probable cause that former police officer Michael Frenzel, Olivia Bartolovic, and Ryan Sopko committed crimes, issue arrest warrants for the officers, and appoint a special prosecutor in the case against them. Now, according to the affidavit, the charges stem from an August 13th, 2025 incident last year, a year to the day, at Walters Grove Park, a park that I actually know pretty well. I used to swim that was captured on the officer's body-worn cameras. I'm going to play this for you guys now. Mind you, viewer discretion is advised. This is can be a little bit tough to watch. The first part is muted. The second part, you can hear what the officers and then the boy are saying and yelling. So here's the clip from the body cam footage from the officers from that day.
Grab his feet.
Hard to watch. Mainly for me. You guys know, for me, anything involving kids, children, whatever it is, and I know a teenager in the situation, still hard to watch. The again, as you guys saw, the affidavit after this video, whatever, after police responded to a dispute, they said to be a fight involving a couple teenagers down at Walters Grove in Parma. Apparently, Gonzalez's son tossed a stick at a rear hatchback door of his mother's van. In response, officers chased him, handcuffed him, and transported him to the Parma police station, where you just saw the footage there, alleging that officers at the station slammed the child's head into the walls on two separate occasions. The incident captured on body cam and overhead city of Parma security camera footage. It's all available on YouTube. During an interview with News 5 Cleveland, Gonzalez saying her son was diagnosed with anxiety, depression, and PTSD from the situation by a psychiatrist and is not the same kid he once was. Filings allege Frenzel and Bartolovic smashed the handcuffed 13-year-old child face against the rough stone wall of the police station. The boy still has facial scars and apparently a deep fear of law enforcement now moving forward. I've said this before. I love law enforcement. I've been very fortunate over my time in news to be able to connect with many people that do it, whether it's been just officers, whether it's been the chief of police for different, departments and cities I've worked in, I've been around, sheriff offices and everything in between. And I feel it's one of the most thankless jobs, especially nowadays. This is a little much for a 13-year-old. And again, not necessarily a giant, big, overpowering 13. And I get, hey, they can get squirmy, all that stuff, whatever it is too. You want to make sure you control the situation. We have to be better. Right? Police in that situation have to be better than what was shown on that body cam footage. And again, it's not me going after, it's me trying to hold people that need to be held accountable in certain situations, held accountable, because you're not above the law just because you enforce it at the end of the day. And while I respect the hell out of every single person that puts that badge on, there are certain people that cross lines. They shouldn't do things they shouldn't do. And I'm sorry that the body cam footage is evident. I know he's struggling. I know he's obviously panicking, but it's also your job as a peace officer in that moment to be able to bring them down a notch. To understand, listen, we're bringing you in because this went too far. We need you to calm down. I'm staying in the car until you relax. We can wait. We got to get you down to a level and to a spot where you're not on that. And now this kid is traumatized, and this feeds into the narrative that you can't trust police, that you can't trust law enforcement. And that's not a narrative I enjoy or believe is true. But when you see things like that, it paints a picture over all law enforcement when it shouldn't. So I ask you, if you did watch that footage, or if you do look it up on the YouTube or whatever it is, or on social media and you find it, it's case by case. Don't judge entire police departments by it, or police in general. There's a line of being respectful and also understanding that you have rights as well. There's obviously something there, but this is sad. And I don't blame the mom for going and doing what she needs to do. And these officers are going to probably get tried for this. And we'll see. The evidence doesn't look good. Over a 13-year-old breaking up a fight at Walters Grove in Parma. It's sad. Last break here on Unfiltered, guys. When we come back, news and notes and the unveiling of the viral video of the week. Just a couple of kids just trying to catch a ride. We'll explain. Coming up next year on Unfiltered, all along the InsideEdge Network. We're back after these messages.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of InsideEdge Primetime. Chad Bryan and myself back with you tonight, 10 p.m. to 11:30. That's right, that extra half hour. We have so much to talk about tonight. The Browns, the quarterback battle continues. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, who will be the starter week 1 of the regular season. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And here, of course, some breakdown from Rich Eisen and Albert Breer. And then, of course, Jaden Daniels. He has some things he has to get off his chest, and already has, it appears, when it comes to LSU and the disrespect it appears he's taking in that way, the disrespect from the college that has issued out his number to a current player. Talk about that and so much more. Our top 3 albums, the best all-around athlete, all of that here tonight for you on InsideEdge Primetime. We'll see you at 10 p.m. Until then, make sure you like, follow, and subscribe at InsideEdge Net.
Midnight Run every Monday through Friday at 11:30 right here on the InsideEdge Network. Listen, usually I take a minute to talk about what we discussed on the show. Deshaun Watson's going to start for the Browns. We're going to talk Cavaliers' schedule. Did the Guardians win their series against the Detroit Tigers? I get all that. But I learned a couple things yesterday. Number one, whatever you do, do not start your day by watching a Tyler Perry movie. You're going to be all emotionally jacked up and want to abandon dating, do it all. You're going to want to forget about it. Don't do it, because otherwise you're going to have a cheater who ends up having STDs and takes all your money, and your child is no longer yours. That's number one. Number two, when we have smash or pass, we don't have to rank everything, okay? All of this is good. It's all good. But, man, if you know somebody who could throw down in the kitchen on soul food, oh, it's over. It's the wrap. You know what's not over? My show, Midnight Run, tonight at 11:30 right here on the InsideEdge Network.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the InsideEdge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Unfiltered here on the InsideEdge Network on your Thursday, August 13th, 2026. So happy you're with us as always here on the program. Time to get into some news and notes. Southwest is in the news, and it is not for a good reason. Yeah, you're reading that right. My goodness. This was, I can only imagine the visual. 22-year-old Southwest Airlines passenger reportedly suffering a medical emergency and died aboard a flight headed to Los Angeles late last week. That from officials saying it happened on August 7th on Southwest Flight 958 from Dallas to LA. According to reporting by the Daily Beast, passengers and crew members performed CPR after the young man became unresponsive while the aircraft was still in the air. Emergency protocol met the plane after it landed in LA at LAX, but paramedics were unable to revive him. Firefighters later pronounced the man dead at the scene. Just a crazy thing you just don't really ever expect to see when you're flying. You're kind of hoping to never have to deal with any sort of. Came across the wire yesterday, so we're talking about it. It's unfortunate, but it did happen. In a better headspace, and Mayfield Heights doing something pretty special. I give them a lot of credit for this. The police there launching a special responders unit for people with special needs. It's going to swear in its first class of special needs responders unit. The program, again, designed to help people with special needs and become familiar with first responders and the work they do. 7 participants have spent 4 sessions learning about safety and emergency response, riding in a SWAT vehicle, spraying a fire hose, and meeting the officers who patrol their neighborhoods. The swearing-in ceremony is set to take place on August 24th. This is the kind of story I want to talk about when we're talking about police in the community. Like, this is a heartwarming thing where you're really trying to pay attention and you're really actually, the growth and the ability to expand and to be in front of the community in all different assets, because again, there's a lot of people with special needs all across the area. Mayfield Heights, no exception. So kudos to them for going down that road and doing so. And it wasn't any of us. Yeah, that happened. Unfortunately, Chad's hanging his head. Eli's blowing smoke out of his face. Yeah, he said about that like a chimney. How am I going to pay that bill? Not with the Powerball. Congrats to the lucky winner in Illinois. You sorry son of a bitch. You win it. I always have a mantra. I have a mindset where I don't actually play the Powerball unless it's over $1 billion. I didn't play it. I was going to wait for the next one, hoping this was going to kind of roll over. Turns out, I should have, but I didn't. So there you go. That's unfortunate. I'll bring, and you guys may have to unmute yourselves, depending on how that works. Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Can Eli talk?
Yeah.
Okay,
see, the tricky thing about things sometimes, guys, is when you forget to turn on your board, but you're all squared away. The camera, you look sharp as can be. The lights are here. Shout out Papa Moon for supplying a lot of the studio equipment here. And then I was like, why can't I hear myself?
Shout out Papa Moon for supplying the studio. What the fuck are you talking
about? That was a shout out, not a shut up.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And the roof above it. And yeah.
You ain't kidding.
Well, hey, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Sure. For what?
It's time.
Hey.
It's time for the viral video of the night.
Let's go.
Yeah, so we're going on a. It's not a quiz. It's a lighter note.
I was nervous. I didn't know.
No, you're gonna be fine. I'm not gonna do that to you guys. I'd give you at least like 3 seconds heads up. Hey, check this out. Just a couple of kids trying to get a ride. think it's more bullshit the fact that they didn't actually get to go where they were supposed to. You know, they bought tickets, they entered the bus, and like it's okay, like let the kids go. What are we talking
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. And my other thought is, was there 3 of them that started or 2? Am I tripping? There was 3 of them, right?
There was 2. You are in fact tripping. It was probably the thing he was
Okay.
smoking 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
No, that's just nicotine. Just nicotine. You know, we keep it obviously PG here. Look, you know,
So I
it's
like
been
how
a
the one
long-
came to the door though and looked like this is where
He's
I
like
got
a-
off.
All right, so
Dude.
we sure?
Yeah.
Like we didn't move. The door closed and it opened, and we're still here. Like what's going
I
on? It's
mean,
like,
Magic. We didn't go anywhere.
I maybe I saw too many of the legs. They were all moving at once, so there was an extra body. I was like, because that's what I was upset about. And here I am looking foolish, but it's okay because I thought there was 3 and only 2 got kicked off. I was gonna have a significant problem with that bus station because I'm gonna be like, how can you only put 2 of them off if you're gonna? But yeah, there was 2. So all right, everybody's good. Everybody's good. Back to you, Kyle.
I was shocked that and by the way, that was in Portland, Oregon. If you're wondering where,
Okay.
Was
just couple goats just trying to get that ride. Turns out people didn't apparently want to ride shotgun next to Billy Bob and his cousin, so they kicked both their asses off the bus really quick, and they got stranded.
probably
That's
gonna
the
miss
worst
an
part.
interview now or something. Yeah.
Well, you watch the goat watch the bus leave.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man, what do we do?
How are they gonna treat John Cena and Tom Brady like that? 2 goats. I mean,
Oh man.
Now you just gave them a screenplay idea that they're gonna pitch to somebody.
I know. That's
What
what
if, like,
happens.
Hear me out. What if like John Cena and Tom Brady try to get on a bus, right? And then the people kick them off the bus, and then they watch them leave.
But
Like-
wait, what if they were actual goats?
But what if they
Yeah.
were dressed as goats?
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Hey, another good one, Kyle. You keep us entertained. You know, we always need that pick me up. You know, we got the next hour and a half. We take the baton from you, and we love the viral video of the night.
Hey, just in case, wait, there's a
Yes.
built-in sequel here though. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Goats on a boat. There's a built-in sequel.
goats on a boat.
Goats on a banana boat. That one features
Hey.
LeBron.
There we
Yep.
go.
Yep.
we
Yep.
go.
And then maybe you know some different.
And you know what they were doing on that banana boat? They were fucking.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
That's a good way to get the night started. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. There we go. Hey, we did
Kyle.
Side Hustle earlier. We recorded earlier today, so I still have that mindset.
Oh yeah.
So, and now technically my show's over and it's yours, so I'm no longer responsible for what goes
Yes.
on the air. So there you go.
You know, and I don't think you ever lose that mindset. To be quite honest with you.
It depends on the day, the minute,
That's
second.
fair. Yeah, you know, I know you go to church on
First-
Sundays. I'm sure that's like an hour you like watch the F-bombs and things, and then after church, maybe a few hours after, maybe they're flying.
Oh, dude,
again.
once we get to the parking lot,
I was gonna
It's
say parking
all-
lot's fair game. Outside the
Yeah.
building, you're fine. You're fine.
I think Jake and Double A can also tell you too. They've let some things slip in that parking lot. So yeah, once we get
I'm
outside,
sure.
when we go inside, we're all about the Lord, you know. But when we leave,
Was
sometimes
that where
we
the
get
whole ice
purged.
cream cone slipped out the bottom? That was a church parking lot, wasn't it?
That
Pretty
was
close.
like 3 blocks away from the church, and that was man, you had to be there. I wish I would have took a picture because that would have been the meme of the week, which we'll unveil tomorrow night. So
Yeah, dude.
Great
Oh my
job.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, everybody, Kyle Cornell, always keeping us entertained. Your local news, your community talk, and national news as well, and of course some sports. You saw some Browns talk there. He'll be back tomorrow with us, with all of you, not with us. We'll be getting ready. Kyle, you know, Chad and I will be eating like dinner or something. And
I just say
figure
one
some-
thing too. Like I hate
Yeah.
like you guys. Are you both Browns fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chad, yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure the Atlanta shit. I wasn't sure if you decided you wanted to be a Dirty Bird fan or what. I'm
Oh
totally
no, it
confused.
was just the Braves thing. I grew up watching the Braves. That's all.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's
Yeah.
they're having a good season. May God have mercy on your souls, Browns fans,
Mm.
for dealing with this dumpster trash fire of a quarterback situation on a team otherwise that looks pretty good.
Well,
So-
I'll tell you this. I'll leave you with this, Kyle. I don't know if you caught, you know, Double A's interview with the Athletics' Mike Sando, but you should be happy as a Saints fan. There's a lot of expectation on Tyler Shuck, and they're expecting a big jump out of him this year. So
Did we not
I mean-
go over this already? I made a new tier on the quarterback tier list. He's on tier 6. He's going to be selling me a Ken Ganley Kia in, I don't know, about 8 weeks after he retires because he's
He's
a
the
senior
all
citizen.
Shuck tier.
oh shucks, yeah, oh shucks. I mean, I tried, Kyle. Just 28. What can I do?
He can shuck my corn. That's what I feel about that.
Oh my goodness. All right. With that being said, Kyle Cornell, everybody, we love him. We appreciate
An
him.
offer.
He'll be back with you 9 p.m. tomorrow for a Friday edition. How about that? Weekend's coming up here, fellas, and yeah, we'll start ushering it in here in the next few hours. But Kyle, we appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have fun trying to rebound from this one, boys. See ya.
We'll try. We'll try. We'll do our best.
Have a
Chad,
good night.
I don't know. What are we gonna do, man? I mean,
I don't know.
here's what we start with. First off, we do this thing. Boom.
Yeah, oh,
Not much of a change, but it's our studio now.
Subtle, but yeah, I think it's impactful. Yeah.
Love what you've done with the place. Amazing,
not bad.
amazing. Awesome. Hey,
Minimalist.
yes.
No funk going on. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yes, perfect. Hey, everybody out there watching, we are officially doing the crossover now to Inside Edge Primetime. Hope you enjoyed Unfiltered. Chad, Brian, and I, we're with you till 11:30. So get comfortable, get ready to rock. We're back right after station identification and our pretty cool intro.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to Fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad, Brian, to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here on your Thursday edition of Primetime. So happy to be with all of you. Hope you've been rocking for the last hour or so with Kyle Cornell and Unfiltered. And I hope you're ready to rock with us. We got a lot to talk about here in this hour and a half. And then we'll hand the baton off, of course, to Anthony Alford for Midnight Run on Hinged Behavior. And he's been a little more unhinged the last week or so. So we'll keep an eye on AA, of course. Keeping an eye on all of the happenings in the sports world and everything else going on. And we hope you've enjoyed thus far, whether this is your first week with the network watching along or you've been with us since September. We hope you enjoy. And if you haven't already, like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all the socials. You saw there on Filter, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. now with a new slot here in the evening stream. Then, of course, you have Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I, from 10 to 11:30 now, and then 11:30 to 1. AA runs in the midnight and then runs through midnight, runs through the finish line, all the way 11:30 to 1. Autumn Chisholm returning back next week on Monday for all you Daily Spiral enthusiasts. The Daily Spiral returns at 8 p.m. to complete, like our Thanos ring, our Thanos hand of the Daily Show lineup. All 4 daily shows in one stream. 4 shows, 5 hours, one stream. That's right, Chad B. Of course, a lot of great weekly programming as well. You can read about all your favorite personalities like Papa Moon, Ryan Mosser, TK Dandridge, Kevin Arnold. You can read about Chad Bryan, Autumn Chisholm, Kyle Cornell, AA. You read about everybody. Read about me as well. Of course, at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you're going to want to go. You're going to want to check out about your favorite personalities. Go check out our partners page. Cannot do it without them. The Brothers Lounge, our titled sponsor. We appreciate them so much and appreciate Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Cannot do without them and cannot do without you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And Chad, take us wherever they want to go, wherever they like to roam. Inside Edge Network, we're on Roku. Let's hit the road. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you want to go. We love to travel with you, hear about all your favorites, see all your favorites, hear what they're talking about here on Inside Edge Network. Yeah. All right, Chad B, I always come up with a good rhyme, and I'll tell you, I'm a little heated up right now. You know, I'm going to be honest. You know, I feel like, you know, the weather has definitely been kicking my behind. That's no excuse. We're going to have a fantastic show. I am ready. I'm drinking as much water as I can, but the weather changes have been absolutely crazy, from raining to raining to then a little bit of sun to raining, and it's been a lot.
Yeah, different steadiness of rain. Yeah.
Sure has. No, I'm doing good though, man. I gotta be honest. Usually I ask you, I just wanted to spread the positivity. I'm doing good. Despite all of that nonsense, I'm ready to talk to the people. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I didn't realize how hard it was for two goats to take a bus ride in this country.
Yeah.
I guess, whatever. Tickets, no tickets, doesn't matter. Just in there a couple seconds, kicked right back out. Although I didn't see anybody physically force them off. I mean, the doors opened back up. But hey, hear me out. We don't have the video from inside the bus. How do we know that the goats didn't walk onto the bus and go, oh, is this is going down to third? Oh, no, this is going to 126. Okay, that's not us. We're going the other way. Sorry, we're going to get off the bus. And they just maybe let them off. Maybe it's a happy ending. We don't know. We have no idea.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to assume the best there. To give them the benefit of the doubt. But, yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I guess the short answer is doing all right.
Good. Yeah, hopefully those goats find the right bus route or find their way home wherever they're heading, or, if they're leaving to new abroad, hopefully they find their new destination. We'll see what's going on.
Maybe they took the Roku app? Do you think that maybe they're taking us with them?
I mean, I thought I saw a phone in one of their hooves or whatever. I thought I saw that. Yeah, but maybe not. I see. I thought there was 3 goats. So, I mean, who knows with me.
We got to work on math with you. Yeah, we got to work on math.
Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do that over the weekend. We got stuff to take care of. So we'll work on that over the weekend. What we will talk about right now is, of course, the Cleveland Browns. They are taking over the airways across the city. They are taking over fan conversation. They are taking up your local barbershop to your local coffee shop. They are they are absolutely the talk of the town. And what other talk of the town would it be than the quarterback discussion? Of course, if you missed it, yesterday, Deshaun Watson was announced by head coach Todd Monken that he will get the Week 1 preseason start against the Chicago Bears. Shedeur Sanders will get that Week 2 start against the Buffalo Bills. Still word out in terms of, we're still waiting for word, rather, about who will be out there with the ones, whether it's Shedeur or Deshaun during that practice. There's some people out there thinking that Deshaun's going to get all those reps, during practice, and then Shedeur gets the game, which I think would just be an ultimate, we know where we're heading going into Week 1, whether we like it or we don't. But it's a little concerning, and Chad, I've been thinking the last 24 hours here, and I've been thinking...
Probably why you're not feeling well.
I mean, honestly...
Out of your comfort zone.
Honestly, probably. But what I'm thinking about is the fact that we're in a spot now with Deshaun Watson where the all-time animosity is there. Like, you thought it was an anxious or not welcome situation for him when he got here and all that money was spread out. Now I would even argue this is worse than when he first got here, because when you first got here, yes, you have all the off the field troubles and drama. Of course, we've already went over that at great length. But then, there are some Browns fans that were out there hoping, hey, but if he plays well like he did in Houston, he only missed a year. If he gets back to it, then, but it didn't happen. And then we saw unavailability. And then we saw, of course, bad play at a ton of times when he was out on the field. And it's hard to say a ton of times when you're not out on the field that long. But that's where we're at. I would argue, Chad, and I'm curious your thoughts, that this is worse than when we signed the contract. Because this is the tail end. This is like, just do something. And don't do this. A lot of Browns fans feel that way, I'd imagine. And maybe I'm speaking for myself here. But a lot of the feelings I have are, why can't you just cut ties? I've continuously brought up, the Dolphins. We talked about it last night, eating the $99 million for Tua. We've seen other teams do that in the Denver, even with Russell Wilson. Why can't you just move on and see what you have in this young quarterback room? What is the best case scenario with Deshaun Watson? What? He's in his early 30s and you had to sign him to a 2-year figure-it-out deal, and if that doesn't work out, you just spent money instead of figuring out what the quarterback room is, and by the way, you miss out on a 2027 draft class that's being hyped up. I know a lot of them are, but this one does have a lot of prospects I like, and a few names out there that could be free agents. We mentioned C.J. Stroud, depending what he does in Houston, and Baker Mayfield, depending what happens in Tampa Bay, though Baker maybe not as fond of Cleveland after the comments yesterday I heard on Midnight Run. So
maybe not.
Yeah, Chad, I mean, what are your thoughts? Obviously, I had a lot there to break down, but it just feels like this is worse for the Browns than when the contract was signed, because we are so close to the finish line of getting through this disaster time period as Browns fans, which there's been a lot of them, but this one is particularly, and it feels like they're just trying to keep adding life to it. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think I've been pretty open about this. This is the worst trade in sports history, I think, in my opinion. I don't know that. I mean, you could make an argument for a couple. I mean, the Ricky Williams trade, the Herschel Walker, whatever. There have been some bad trades, right, where you give up maybe a little bit too much, and sometimes in those cases you got a really good player back. Sometimes they didn't play for very long. Whatever the case was. But this is worse, I think. You haven't gotten anything out of Deshaun Watson. On top of that, you've got all the off the field stuff. That adds to it. That makes it worse. And we're at the point now where, like you said, we're so close to the finish line with this, so close to moving on, and really financially, what you've already paid him for the past however many years since the trade, it doesn't matter. That's gone. You can't squeeze all the productivity into one season, right? It doesn't matter because you can't make up for 5 lost seasons. It doesn't really matter. You've got the contract insurance out there. I've said it before. I may not understand it 100%. I think I've looked into it. I think I've read about it as much as there is information out there. Maybe it takes an attorney to break it down and go, no, that's not the way it works. But whatever. As I understand it, I mean, this is the point where they really are almost at a situation where it's a wash, right? The cap hit equals the cap insurance or the contract insurance. Just maybe let him go because, like you said, what's the best case scenario? I don't think he resigns here. I don't think he extends here. I don't think he has any desire to want to be here any longer. And that's fine. I don't necessarily want to see the Browns extend him. I just think you're looking at a situation where this would be such a Browns thing to have happen too. Let's say I'm going to talk crazy for a minute. Just
all right,
crazy talk disclaimer. Okay. Just, yeah.
All right. Crazy Chad Bryant. Yeah.
This is not my prediction. I'm just saying this would be a Browns thing to have happen. They start Deshaun Watson week 1, right? He looks really good. He's 24 of 29, whatever, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, looks good, progresses throughout the season. All of a sudden the Browns catch some momentum. They go 12-5, right? No. They win the division or they get into the playoffs. They make a decent run. And then, I mean, Watson just leaves because I don't know if there's a lot of mutual interest, to be honest with you. But then you would have that. I mean, what a weird situation. You still got 2 guys on the roster, by the way. You're going to be here for 2 seasons on rookie contracts. You've got another guy who's going to be here for 4 years on a rookie contract. Right. And you've got one guy who most likely is going to be gone at the end of the season. That's your quarterback room. There's no certainty at all. No one has stood out head and shoulders above the other, at least as far as the top 2 go. So you've just got all this uncertainty. Like we're I don't know. I just think I just keep feeling like the best move for the Browns is to find out what you've got on the roster that's going to be here for the future. Because what's even the point? Like I said, if Watson plays well, what's the point? It's one season of steady quarterback play, and then we're right back to where we've been since 1999, and we're likely going to see our 43rd and maybe even 44th starting quarterbacks next season, right? We're already on 42. That's not good. No, it's not good. It's not great. It's some things you want to collect items, right? You want to have a bunch of things, but this is like golf. You want to have the number of quarterbacks. You want that to be low, right?
Yes.
So I just feel like there's no benefit to playing Deshaun Watson. Yeah, he's the veteran. He hasn't looked like a suitable NFL quarterback since, I don't know, 20 something.
Chad, to put it to you this way, bud, I was 20. So the Browns traded for him in 2021.
Yeah.
Just to put that in context, I mean, it wasn't much younger, but I was about 23 turning 24. Mm-hmm. I will be 30 a year from now, which didn't feel good just saying that. But here we are, I mean, I'll join you in the 30s. Let me know how it feels. But all that being said,
the 30s, I would let you know. I don't remember that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're the veteran. I lean on you when it comes to, hey, how are my knees and my elbows supposed to work at 33? And just figuring those
day to day.
Yeah. But I will say this: you brought up a very good point that I don't think a lot of people have talked about really anywhere. To be honest with you, mm-hmm. It's a very solid point because we talk all the time about. We've talked on Main Event, we talked on Midnight Run, we've talked here on Primetime about, well, the worst case scenario is Deshaun Watson playing well, which, again, let me back up for just a second here. Mm-hmm. I said this yesterday on Midnight Run. It's crazy. Now, it's not crazy because of the baggage Deshaun Watson has and everything in the disdain Browns fans already feel towards him and NFL fans, really, for the most part. It's not crazy based off everything he has to feel this way, but listen to the words I uttered yesterday on Midnight Run. And I uttered this as a bad thing. I go, and then we have to worry if Deshaun Watson looks good in preseason. Now imagine that 10 years ago, shop out a different name. We joke all the time about Seneca Wallace. That's like we talk all the time about Seneca Wallace and the heydays of Jake Delhomme and things like that. But
Jeff Garcia, yeah.
imagine saying about one of those guys, and then if Jake Delhomme looks good in preseason, but it's Deshaun Watson. He has made this bed, so it's a different scenario. But it's just kind of crazy, and it kind of makes a mind warp on Browns fans because, we're obviously very big on mental health here on the network. It's one of our pillars. The mental health of a Browns fan right now, all joking aside, has to be considered because it's like, yes, of course it's sports. I understand. You could always say, I'm not going to watch them. But let's also be real. Brown and orange runs through a lot of Clevelanders' veins. This is a Browns town. Despite them being bad, people still would trade 100 World Series, 100 Cavs, NBA Finals championships for one Super Bowl. That's just the reality of it. Whether you feel that way or not, that's okay. Right. But the majority of the city feels that way. And so it's just crazy to think that we're in a spot where we're like, we want to do good, right? Everything you just said, 12-5, they go to divisional play, round of the playoffs with Shedeur Sanders, or hell, throw him in there, Dylan Gabriel. We'd be like, oh my goodness, we have something we can build on. We are in a good spot. But the scary thing, I thought we had the worst case scenario already mapped out, where it was, Deshaun plays well, they start him, he plays well, or decently enough. Maybe 6 wins, and the Browns go, that was cool. And they go to sign him, to a 2-year deal, and we're stuck in that chaos. The worst case scenario is actually what you just put out right there. If they go 12-5, or even 8-9, 7-10, and they're progressing, and then Deshaun Watson goes, damn, somebody's gonna offer me another 50, 60 million, and the Browns don't really want to do that again. So I'm gonna go to, I don't know, Atlanta, for example. I know Kevin Stefanski, and there's questions there, but just mentioning them.
Pittsburgh's gonna need a quarterback.
Pittsburgh's another one to keep in mind. I just think of some of these teams where they have rough quarterback situations. I know the Stefanski thing, we don't know really how Stefanski feels because there's never been any open dialogue about that Watson stuff, but Atlanta was a destination for him, a preferred destination for him. Pittsburgh, you just mentioned. There's going to be other teams. I think Geno Smith is going to have a good year, but there's others that don't. So maybe the Jets. There's going to be discussions out there for Deshaun Watson where he might get paid, and the Browns might have to look and go, we actually have to compete with other teams to bring him back here. He's not just damaged goods anymore. Now, the likelihood of all that, Chad B, is very low. I don't think this guy is going to do very well. He can go out there and look all right in preseason week 1. I'm curious what that looks like because Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, announced that Caleb Williams will not start. Won't play any snaps in week 1.
He's not playing
he's not playing in games this year. But, I'm curious how long that first string's out there, and really how long we get to see what Deshaun Watson looks like against that first string defense.
Well, and didn't Todd Monken say it kind of depended on how long the Bears had their first? So what does that mean? I mean, what we first heard was going to the plan was whoever starts is going to play the first half, right? So now it's Deshaun Watson. We know that. So the plan at one time was to have Deshaun Watson, who was named that starter, play the first half of that Bears game, right? And then against the Bills, presumably you would think it would be Shedeur Sanders, then he would play the first half. But if the Bears only have their first teamers out there for 1 or 2 series, they don't even run Caleb Williams out there at all. They're not going to. Do you think, is Todd Monken going to leave Deshaun Watson out there for 2 quarters of football? I mean, is that even a smart thing to do right now? Do you want to leave your 2 guys that are vying for the starting position? Again, and this isn't like, and I think about the situation like this, like, if this were, let's say that the fortunes were completely reversed and the Browns were in this situation with Lamar Jackson, not the off the field stuff, but just on field stuff. Like, he had been hurt for a couple years. There was a contract dispute, whatever. He demanded a trade. They got him. None of the off field stuff happened. We would be rooting like hell for Lamar Jackson. Yes. Same thing with Deshaun Watson. If the off the field stuff wasn't there, we'd be like, come on, man, let's get it together. We got 1 more year. We're paying you $90 million. Yeah, but let's figure it out. You got 1 year to figure this thing out. I feel like the mood would be different, right? But a lot of people are just done with the off the field stuff. Whatever your opinion is on that, you may not care about it. I think that's crazy, to be honest with you. I mean, a person with a moral compass would, I think, have a problem with him. So anyway, I don't know. I mean, it's like it's like you said, it's just like this mind F, right? To be a Browns fan, because this is like being in a horror movie. There's no jump scare, there's no monster, there's no visible ghost, but it's just like this is like, have you ever seen the movie 1408? You ever seen that movie?
That's in the apartment complex.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. He just keeps like, you've seen the movie?
Yeah.
I'm not going to give anything away if you haven't seen it. I won't give you any spoilers, but it's a psychological thriller more than a lot of things. And And this is like that. This is like, I'll just use a different example. This is like you're asleep and you have a nightmare and you wake up, right? And then you realize like, I'm not awake. This is like some weird sleep paralysis. I'm still asleep. I'm still in this nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, this is what this feels like at every turn. It's like, oh God, now he's going to start. What if he plays well? Like, why should we feel that way? I can't even like concentrate on. I don't even remember what you asked me, to be honest with you, because this is what I keep running through in my head. I don't know what the situation is. They can't franchise tag him, can they?
And no, I don't believe so because of his veteran.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of how long he's been in the league, I believe because Kirk Cousins is like one of the ones I think about because he was like 4 years in. I think they franchise tagged him on his 4th year or 5th year, and then he did it like 2 more times, so like he was in his 6th or 7th year, and I think they were able to for his 8th year maybe, but I think I have to read more into that, Chad. That's a good question because I remember Kirk Cousins but the thing with the franchise tag is that thing is expensive, especially when you're a little bit later on in your career. Like Kirk Cousins was on the pace.
If that were an option, it's better than committing to 2 or 3 years, right? To try to compete against someone who for someone that you don't really know what you're going to get. I just don't see the Browns doing it. I don't see them bringing him back.
Yeah, the best case scenario is.
So why play him?
The offensive weapons look good. Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, like the only best case scenario is the offensive weapons look good, and the defense looks sharp. I know, there was a visit talked about multiple reports coming at Zadarius Smith, maybe coming out of retirement and maybe joining the Browns. He's doing a visit with the Browns. See if we can have some edge rusher presence, which would be phenomenal. On a side note, in terms of him, Alex Wright, and you got Mason Graham, and those guys in the middle are gonna be a lot of fun. But
not Myles Garrett, but great depth, right? Like good player.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, real quick on that note. I know it's going to be hard. I'm not saying we're going to find the next Myles Garrett, but we got to find the next guy to really rally around in terms of the leader of this defense as fans. The Myles Garrett era.
I mean, between Burst and Schlesinger, you might have him right there,
and I think, the veteran, man, Denzel Ward. I mean, he's been here so long,
you said next guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Chad? You know what? No, I'm just kidding. But yes, you're right. The next guy is, of course, the new era of Burst and Schlesinger, but I just want to show Denzel Ward. If I'm going to be one of the only ones, I know you are as well, but if we're in select company that we're going to show love to Denzel Ward, who I think doesn't get enough flowers here in Cleveland for everything he's done. I think those are the 3 guys.
All this football in Ohio, it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the 3 guys I think you can rally around, of course, on the defensive side of the ball. And then, but all that to be said, right? All that to be said, if you're the Browns, you just hope like everything else shapes around the void at quarterback. You let Deshaun Watson walk, whether he plays multiple games or just a few. You hope he walks. You go, somebody else take him on because he's only getting older. The injuries are still there, the history-wise, and there's no way he can do this again, right? I mean, of course, it would be Cleveland Browns fashion for this to completely blow up in our face. We let him walk after this year, and he becomes, all pro again. But I just don't.
I fully will. I will accept the reality that the Browns will never have another decent quarterback. It just won't happen. There's something in the universe. I will just accept that that's the fate now. That's it.
And here's the tricky thing too. Back to your Deshaun Watson point. If they play Deshaun Watson, if he looks good, and they go, well, what do we do now? Because now there's a contract war probably going to go on. We're not sure what to do. The other thing to keep in mind is you're probably drafting. If you're winning 12 games, Chad, you're probably in the 20s in terms of where you're drafting. So now you have the Rams pick, which is probably going to be in the 30s, if not late 20s.
Yeah.
And you have a 20s pick, in the 20s. I don't know how you're going to trade up and get your guy at quarterback either in the draft.
No. And you're just right back in the same boat 1 year later. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I just think that it's a bad start really to put him out there. And I get it. For the people say that it's probably, and I get this point. It's easier to go from Deshaun to, okay, he doesn't have anything. Let's put Shador out there now. Because I get it. You've got he's the number 12 overall pick, right? At one time, versus a 5th rounder for whatever reason. And I'm not saying that he's played yet in the NFL to prove that it was wrong that he got picked in the 5th round. Maybe he's got that kind of football in him. Maybe he doesn't. But it's tough to go backwards, right? You put Shador out there, he plays like, crap for the first 4 or 5 games. And then you throw Deshaun out there. Now it just feels like a lost season. Man, they better get it right because you've it's just, I don't know, man.
Well, I'll ask you this.
Todd Monken in this situation. Because sometimes I don't know who's making the decision.
Well, and Double A brings it up, obviously, and you'll hear from him later on at Midnight Round. I'm curious to hear what he has to talk about tonight. But, you've heard from Double A, and all of you have heard from Double A in terms of when it came to Todd Monken, there's a reason these younger head coaches all backed out or weren't selected for the job. It's because Todd Monken had to have had a plan for Deshaun Watson. As much as that pains me to think about, there had to be some plan, whether it was, we're going to go all in with him, which I don't think was the case, or we'll at least see what he's got and we'll give him a training camp and see what's going on. But something's in the water in Berea. I'm not positive what it is. But I'll ask you this, Chad B, as we go to break.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Haslam, about 2 weeks ago, roughly now, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, he said, take the over. One thing's for certain, take the over. Over 5.5, under 5.5. I'll ask you, my bro, right now as it stands, preseason week 1 Saturday, the preseason going to get into full effect. The quarterback room starting to kind of figure its way out just a little bit, not too much, but just a little bit. Are you taking the over or the under on 5.5 wins?
Man, this is tough. There's too many questions. A completely retooled offensive line concerns me, right?
Yeah.
Losing Myles Garrett, you gained Jared Verse. He's a great player. But you've kind of lost the heart and soul and like the face of your defense a little bit. I don't think that between Denzel Ward, Carson Schlesinger, and now Jared Verse, I think Jared Verse is inserting himself in, really, really well, right? He's active. He's working with everybody, really. Kind of getting into it, starting it up a little bit in practice.
Yeah.
Need that a little bit. Need some passion, right?
Yeah.
Man. I want to say the over because I think they can go 6-11. I think they have the talent on offense. I think they have a better receiver room now. If that offensive line can figure out how to play together, right? Because you got 5 new guys pretty much along the offensive line, all playing together in that sense. If they can figure it out together and you can get decent quarterback play, I mean decent. This team is, I think, talented enough to win 6 games as long as you open the offense up a little bit, right? We can't it can't take them 9 weeks to score 20 points.
Right.
We can't do that again, right? Or whatever it was. It was over a course of 2 seasons. It was like 13 straight weeks or whatever. Man, I'm going to, for the first time in my life, I'm going to be a little bit of an optimist. I'll take the over because I believe they can go 6-11. But right now, 7-10 feels like the ceiling. I don't know until we see some more.
Now, is that regardless of the quarterback? Regardless of who plays?
It's just we just don't know what you're going to. That's the thing. The quarterback is it's the quarterback room is unknown. There are 4 unknown commodities there. Taylor Green's tall. Dylan Gabriel's not. I don't know. Shador Sanders is he was up and down, and we haven't seen Deshaun Watson play good football in 8 years. So your guess is as good as mine. But I think that they're at least talented enough on defense. I think they can stop some drives. I think they're going to be good against the run. They'll be decent enough against the pass as long as everybody's healthy. They can stay healthy, and the offensive line can figure it out. They're good enough to win 6 games if the quarterback play excels. I don't know who that is, but if someone in that room excels and takes over that position and plays like an NFL quarterback, this team probably could win 8 or 9 games. But I don't know. It's unlikely. We'll see.
Keep an eye on it, of course, and all of you will stay locked in. We hope you will. You stay locked in with us as we discuss the Cleveland Browns quarterback room and so much more as we get ready. Believe it or not, folks, we're just about a month away from regular season action. We're excited, of course. College football going to get back into swing. We'll talk some college football tomorrow. We will talk a little bit today, but just not on the field. There's a little teaser for later if you've been following the LSU stuff. We'll talk LSU and Jaden Daniels later, but we'll talk some college football on the field tomorrow. We'll regroup on that tomorrow. Got a few more fun things on the docket for tomorrow's show, but we're here tonight, so let's celebrate tonight. When we come back, we are going to dive into the best all-around athlete. We've been teasing it for about a week now. We are going to dive into it because Brock Lesnar announced his retirement last week on the Pat McAfee show. I want to talk to Chad because Chad, has seen a little bit more of athletes than I have, and he's an historian. I'm a historian. But, he is a little older than me, so, at times he can know a little more history of me, a little more access. But
forget more, or I could forget more.
Forget more. We'll keep an eye. We'll see what he does, if he forgets or if he remembers. If there's a better all-around athlete than Brock Lesnar, and we'll get into Brock Lesnar's resume and some of the things he's accomplished in his career across sports, and then we'll talk about some other guys that may be just a bit better than Brock Lesnar. Crazy to think about, but there are some guys in history, and we'll see if there's one that defeats Brock Lesnar for the title of best all-around athlete. Of course, that's our Inside Edge Primetime crowning, so that's our award. Inside Edge Primetime's best all-around athlete of all time. All right, we're gonna get into it, of course, after the break. Before we go to break, rather, and as we head to break, you'll hear from the Rich Eisen Show. Albert Breer was on the Rich Eisen show. He had a lot to say about this Browns quarterback room here in Cleveland. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, a lot to break down. So we're going to play that. It's a little bit of a longer clip, so stick with us for that. You'll hear from some of our partners, and then our smiling faces will be back with you, talking about athletes all around sports. Who is the best? That was a little Yoda impression. We'll be back right after this.
And then what's happening in Cleveland, best you can tell from there in the up north?
Well, Todd Monken's been pretty colorful talking about this. I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh, he's been great. Listen, Monken has been a delight in terms of a soundbite. You know, like if you just put the things that he said out of Bill Parcells' mouth, it wouldn't be surprising. You know what I mean? Like that. If it was if you AI'd what he said coming out of a Parcells, and a 60-year-old Parcells, it would sound like it. But
he's got a little Clint Eastwood and El Camino vibe there, you know.
Is he coaching from the front porch? So you're saying? Okay.
Just pulling on a heater, coaching the team.
Sure. All right. So, well done. What's going on there?
I think in this situation, it's another one of those where it's like, if you go one way, then you probably can't go the other, you know? And so, look, Deshaun Watson, the team has invested 3 first-round picks in him. They've invested $230 million in him. And I think what would be worse than just chalking that up as a sunk cost would be chalking it up as a sunk cost and then watching him go somewhere else and ball out for another team in 2027 and be like, oh, my God, maybe we should have played him in 26. So, you know, I do think there's an element there of wanting to see if there is any shot, any glimmer of hope that the player that we all watched for the first 4 years of Watson's career is still there. And if it's not, it's not. But I think it's much easier to try that and go to Shedeur Sanders than it would be to start with Shedeur Sanders and then that doesn't work and then go to Deshaun Watson. So, like, I've felt all along like there's a little bit of a, like, let's see what we have with Watson because this is the last year of his contract and we've already invested so much in him. And, I mean, look, like Dylan Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick. Shedeur Sanders was a 5th-round pick. This guy, Deshaun Watson, was the 12th pick in the draft and was one of the best quarterbacks in football for an extended period of time. So I don't know why so many people think there's so much more upside with the younger guys than there is with the veteran when we've seen the veteran do it in the past.
Okay. So I'm with you. I've been saying all along that I think exactly what you said, the amount of capital and, you know, actual capital and blood, sweat, and tears that they've put into Watson, and this is the last chance saloon. They got to see what they have. But if Shedeur's outperforming him, how does Monken, you know, not say he's the guy? What are you hearing about Shedeur's camp?
Well, then it's simple, right? Like, then it's simple. If Shedeur is the guy, and I haven't heard that, like, if I had to put my finger on it right now, I'd say Deshaun's a little ahead. But if Shedeur proves to clearly be the guy, then it's black and white. I think what we're talking about here, Rich, when we're talking about like the order of things and everything else, right, is if it's close. Right? If it's close, and if you go into the meeting room and you have 3 coaches saying this and 4 coaches saying that, and there's a disagreement, and then it's like, okay, like now we take a look at the big picture. But if one guy clearly beats out the other, then we're talking about something else, you know? And so, I don't think that's the case right now, but I think if Shedeur like clearly beat out Deshaun Watson, the way Todd Monken's projected in his short time as the head coach there, it doesn't seem like he's afraid of much. So I don't think he'd be afraid.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new InsideEdge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at InsideEdge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. Yes, we talked those Cleveland Browns. They got a lot going on. You obviously heard from us. You heard the clip courtesy of the Rich Eisen Show and Albert Breer getting into it. Is it Deshaun? Is it Shador? We aren't too sure at this point in time, but what we are sure about is we got the vibes, bringing it back, a little new return from break for you and some nice vibes. And we hope you enjoy the vibes so far. If you are, make sure you like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell for daily shows and a ton of great weekly programming at Inside Edge Net. And make sure you go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com so you can read about all those fantastic personalities that you've come to know and love at this point. Or if you're getting familiar, you can find out who may be your cup of tea the most on the network. I think we've all got something to offer for you. You'll find somebody you can rock with. For sure, maybe a couple, Everybody's favorite is Chad here on Primetime, and I do a good job as well. So, we're doing all right. Make sure you read about these personalities, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go to our partners page, cannot do without them. The title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, the Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them so much. Live music every single day of the week. Of course, you have Tuesday, the open mic night hosted by Poor Duncan. You have yesterday, the monthly occurrence, for Megan Stepka and Moon Echo Garden for Show and Glow, which is a great time. And a lot of great weekly shows, weekend shows, all throughout the week here for the Brothers Lounge. Tonight, they have a Billy Joel tribute. So if you're watching us at Brothers Lounge right now, we appreciate you. Hopefully you're enjoying the Billy Joel tribute. But a lot of great stuff this weekend coming up, too, at the Brothers Lounge. Great food. Chef winning bites. Cannot go wrong with any option on the menu, whether it's a burger, wings, fries. Cannot go wrong. But if you want live music, great food, great hospitality, then you're going to want to go to the Brothers Lounge. That's going to be so important. That is the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And, of course, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Cannot do without them, cannot do without you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And take us, whether near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you. We cannot wait to travel with you. We are ready to get our travel miles and maybe get some reward points at this point in time. So we'll figure out all that. What we will get to the bottom of right now, though, something we've been kind of talking about for a week. We're going to bring it to the table here officially, and I think I should set the scene. Now, Brock Lesnar, a multi-sport athlete, announced his retirement on the Pat McAfee show, which got me thinking, is there really anybody better that's done it than Brock Lesnar across multiple sports? And if you missed the announcement, we have it here for you real quick from the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. This is Brock Lesnar last week announcing his retirement from all sports, not just WWE, not just the UFC, but all sports. Take a look here.
I'm here today to do this interview to let the world and everybody know that I am retired. And I wanted to say a big thank you to everybody. Saturday was a very emotional day for me. It kind of weird because my heart, when Obafemi slammed me at WrestleMania, I was like, I can't do this again. So I was like, I think I'm done.
And there it is, courtesy of the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. Brock Lesnar announcing his retirement from sports as a multi-sport athlete. He is done. He has officially said, you know what, I appreciate it. I've had a great time, but I think I am moving on to becoming, more of a family man, doing things, looking at, his daughter, Maya Lesnar, who's, obviously a track and field athlete, and we'll see what her future holds, if wrestling may be in her future. There's a lot to take a look at when it comes to Brock Lesnar, and he had a long run. Let's be very clear about this, too. Brock Lesnar, a guy who's been doing it since his early 20s in terms of prowess across all sports, and Lesnar, not necessarily a spring chicken, right, Chad? I mean, I don't mean to bring age into this for a moment, but he is 49, okay? So he's a little bit older in terms of athletic. For him to keep going like this. Now, WWE, let me be clear. I know you're not the biggest wrestling guy in terms of nowadays. We're working on it. I know you've learned some things. We're trying. But
once in a while, you guys make an inside joke, and I feel really left out. I'm like, well, nobody told me to take notes on this. But that's fine.
Have you watched the El Grande Americano match yet?
Not yet. But it's funny because when we were texting about it in the group chat one week, and you guys probably know, it changed my algorithm. Like somehow just getting those texts, I started seeing all kinds of wrestling stuff, and I was sending it to you guys. I was like, hey, look, I saw a wrestling thing. I was like it reminded me, I'm like the old guy who you get into bird watching, and it's like, oh, look, I saw a really rare bird. It's like, Grandpa, that's a robin.
You sent some of the funnier ones too, like Adam Pearce doing the long Irish whip where he just went to the other ring and there was two rings connected. I mean, there was some good stuff. I give it to you. I'll give it to you. But with WWE, in wrestling, pro wrestling, they always say it's funny actually. Nick Aldis, who's a general manager on screen for SmackDown, he's I believe 38, 39 years old. They're saying, well, he's got another 7-8 years of wrestling. That's like how wrestling is conceived, or perceived rather. It's like you're gonna go until you're in your mid to late 40s, sometimes in your 50s. Look at Sting, look at some of these other guys, Undertaker, that have done it. Brock Lesnar decided I'm gonna go out on top. He fought Obafemi. For those that aren't necessarily familiar with the wrestling world, just giving a little background. He fought Obafemi, who's being considered the future and really the president of WWE, a beast of a man. He's incredible. And they did 3 matches, WrestleMania, then they had another match, and then they had one at SummerSlam where Oba beat Brock, and that was it. He said his thank yous to the crowd and announced his retirement officially on the Pat McAfee show a few days later. So at 49 years old, Brock Lesnar retires. Chad, my question to you tonight, is he the best all-around athlete of all time? Because when you look at this resume, and I'm going to hand it off to you here for a moment if you have a rebuttal, but when you look at this resume, all right, let's go through it here. Let's start with his amateur wrestling career. In 2000, at the University of Minnesota, he was a runner-up for the Division I Heavyweight Championship. Excuse me. In 2000, he won it. My apology. Runner-up in 99. Then he won it in 2000. The heavyweight champion of the NCAA. So Brock Lesnar, NCAA champion in 2000. Runner-up the year before. So back-to-back finals appearances in NCAA wrestling. Then, of course, he was also a Big Ten Conference champion both those years for Minnesota. And the NJCAA national champion in 98. That's obviously the junior collegiate Bismarck State College.
Yeah.
He won that national championship as well. So national champion in 2000, runner-up in 99. That's just a little glimpse of his NCAA days. And we pivot over to, of course, he went to WWE. We'll start there we'll go there as well now next. Because he had 2 stints. Came in as the next big thing, F5 and everybody in sight, from Spike Dudley to, The Rock. Just crazy. When he finishes his WWE career with, he came back, obviously startled John Cena, and had another run after that. He finishes a 7-time WWE World Heavyweight Champion, 3-time WWE Universal Champion, the undisputed WWE Champion, and at the time was the youngest undisputed WWE Champion. He won it 5 months after he debuted in WWE in 2002.
Okay.
He ended The Undertaker's WrestleMania streak. I know you're not the biggest wrestling fan, but The Undertaker, he had a long streak. He was undefeated, and Brock Lesnar called it, hey, it's over. This is it. Ended the streak. Of course, he's a Royal Rumble winner in 2003 and 22, King of the Ring winner in 02, Money in the Bank winner in 2019. He's won almost everything you could think of. And if you notice, there's not a lot of mid-card championships because they elevated him right to the top, because that's where he belongs, right at the top in terms of that domination. The other thing to keep in mind, Chad B., of course, just on a side note, he did have some NFL run with the Minnesota Vikings, tried to get something going there. It wasn't too much, but he at least went and did it, so that's another sport. And UFC, he became the UFC heavyweight champion in his 4th professional MMA fight, defeated Frank Mir at UFC 100, Shane Carwin at UFC 116. That was to unify the heavyweight title. Okay. He was 5 wins, 3 losses, 1 no contest. Very short UFC run, and he obviously dealt with a lot of it was like with his I cannot remember the exact illness he had, but it was affecting his insides, like his stomach area, and he got pieced up by Cain Velasquez shortly after that, and it kind of was the end of the road. But he was also dealing with a ton. He took a little bit of time off, jumps back into his second run in WWE, and obviously heard those stats I just mentioned. Yeah. All that to be said, Chad B., you think of, he had a ton of success, top of the mountain in UFC, top of the mountain in WWE, top of the mountain in the NCAA wrestling world, and at least dipped his toe into football. Is Brock Lesnar the best all-around athlete of all time?
Diverticulitis. That's not my answer to that question.
That's what it was, though. Yes, thank you.
Diverticulitis was what he had. You're welcome. Listen, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I can appreciate the athleticism, especially the wrestling. The college wrestling. To me, when you say someone won a national championship in college or in wrestling, right?
Yeah.
That's about as tough as you can get, right?
Yeah.
It's a team sport in the sense that you do compete on a team. But man, you're out there. It's as individual as it gets. You're out there. It's you against another wrestler. That's it, right? You gotta have a lot of toughness, man, to get to the point where you're even competing for championships. So some of the scripted stuff, I'll be honest, it loses me a little bit, because how do you determine who wins what heavyweight championship in wrestling? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
all right.
So is he the most entertaining best athlete of all time? Possibly. The Rock played some pretty good football. You'd have to look there for entertainers and things like that. But for me, it's, man, I don't know. I think about like watching Bo Jackson before the hip injury. It felt like he threw a baseball 140 miles an hour, right? You've seen some of the throws that he's made from the outfield. The catch where he, made the catch on the run in the outfield and just, pretty much walked on the wall to I guess slow his momentum down or whatever. Like you do. Everybody just walks, perpendicular on whatever. Everybody does that. Or parallel to the ground on the wall, I guess. Deion Sanders did it really well in 2 sports. I'm trying to think of guys that did like multiple things. Think about some of the Olympics that we've seen recently. It's Michael Phelps. All the medals, right? An unbelievable. He's the best swimmer, right?
Yeah.
Man, for me, I go back to, and I wasn't alive. People are gonna think I was alive back then, but I always go back to Jim Thorpe when we have these discussions with anybody. It doesn't matter if it's any. And by the way, before I get into Jim Thorpe, something's been bugging me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to change. I have ADHD. I apologize. I got to get this off. I have a brain bug right now. Did Albert Breer say Clint Eastwood in El Camino?
Yeah.
Does he mean Gran Torino? Is there a movie that I'm not familiar with, Eli? Wait. Okay, maybe it looks like maybe Todd Monken is in El Camino. Maybe that's a thing.
I'm not gonna lie.
El Camino, right?
I love Gran Torino. That movie's phenomenal, and I also love El Camino. So you can go no wrong with me. But yeah, he definitely said the wrong thing. It's better than the Schefter clip we heard the other day, where all credit to Adam Schefter. He does a great job reporting, of course. It was reporting on the Pat McAfee show, but Chad and I are almost convinced, and we'll see if we can find the clip maybe for tomorrow, that somebody was letting some flatulence go.
Yeah, somebody had a big lunch right before that interview. If you listen, there's one at the begining and one at the end. They're both pretty clear.
Yeah, like crazy, like almost like sound, like your sound deck, like your I mean, like crazy. All right, back.
Giggled on one of them. I mean, farts are funny. Let's be honest. Okay, anyway,
right. All right, bringing it back.
Speaking of farts, all around best athlete. Got it. Okay,
Yes.
good segue. No, for me, it's Jim Thorpe. I look at okay. You look at the college career alone. The list of sports that he competed, and I get it. Sometimes you go to a smaller school. You compete in a couple. You can play football and baseball, right? You can play. You can run track and play football. You can play basketball and maybe play like a lower demand fall sport maybe than football. Here's what Jim Thorpe competed in college: football, baseball, lacrosse, tennis, boxing, handball. And he won a 1912 intercollegiate ballroom dancing championship. I mean, that's insane, right? Like, to be like this brute on your feet. So he played for Pop Warner, which is crazy. Like, he grew up playing Pop Warner football. This guy played for Pop Warner. And Warner was the track coach, right? He said, well, I don't even know if I really want to let Jim Thorpe play football. And then he saw him do a tackling drill where he had the ball. And he evaded 30 straight tacklers just by himself. No blockers. He just was, doing his thing. Nobody could tackle him. And he said, well, okay, maybe 5-10 carries a game. We'll give him the ball. Yeah. There's a story where in one of his first couple of games with Carlisle, he ran for a 92-yard touchdown and got called back for holding. Next play, he just ran for a 97-yard touchdown. No problem. Didn't matter.
Yeah.
He couldn't be stopped, right? He could not be stopped in college. And some of this, who knows? This could be anecdotal. It could be true fact or whatever, but the story goes that he's walking by the track when he's first at Carlisle on campus, and he sees a bunch of guys competing out there and doing some things, and he goes over in his street clothes and just does a 5'9" high jump, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but it was the school record. I mean, he broke the school record, just like, hey, let me in this. Can I try to jump over the bar? And whoop, there he goes. He breaks the school record. Supreme athlete, right? Played professional baseball, played professional football. He played professional basketball in the sense that he played for like some barnstorming teams, Jim Thorpe and whatever. You can look it up. The guy was literally into everything. I mean, everything. And maybe he wasn't such a good baseball player, whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, my goodness, man. I mean, just by the way, won some Olympic gold medals in the pentathlon and the decathlon, which is just no big deal. It's 5 events and then 10 events. My screen just scrolled by itself. That was fun. It's like, read this too. It's just the list of accomplishments, that Jim Thorpe was able to. And back in the day where we really didn't have sports science, I mean, he barely had, like the right shoes to compete in when he was playing these sports. Just wild. I mean, some of the numbers, I'm not going to go through all the numbers. They're insane.
Yeah, but I guess here's where you might get a little frustrated with me. It happens from time to time on the show. But here's what I'll say is, now the fact that this happened in the early 1900s, as your kids would like to say, the early 1900s, is that diminish a little bit of what he did when we argue him versus Lesnar, some of these other guys, because of course the discussion we get into from time to time as sports fans is the evolution of the game.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said as well. All credit, let me be very clear. All credit to Jim Thorpe. Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible athlete.
Yeah.
But the other thing to keep in mind too with Lesnar is he was doing combat sports. And I understand WWE. I know, I'd be careful with what you said earlier. I'm not going to say what you said earlier about results and things like that, because you know what? It's still real to me, damn it.
Hey.
But of course, the thing with wrestling too, I'll be very clear about this, to those that haven't done a wrestling tryout, I've done one, was not anything like I expected. The ring, you get in there and you think the ring is like a little bit like, they say, there's padding and there's like springs. I promise you, there is not. There's literally planks of wood, and then you have, like a little mat, and that's it. Like you're literally going against plywood. And so
just to soften the blow. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just a little bit, but Brock Lesnar was doing that for the better course of 15, 20 years, where he was taking all those bumps, all those
are real
on his body,
real.
right?
Yes.
So that mixed in with he took time from doing that. So timeline wise, he won the NCAA championship after being the runner up the year before. 2 years later, he ends up in WWE. It takes all those bumps, all that, in the spotlight too, as a young 20-year-old. Yeah. And then he goes to the UFC, because the youngest UFC champion, after taking all those bumps, and still, even though the divert, I'll leave it to you. That's a tough one. But
diverticulitis,
yeah, that's right. He obviously had that going on too, and still went out there and fought. I know he didn't look good. He still went out there and fought. That's like a true warrior to come back to WWE, do that. So that would be my argument is Jim Thorpe. I guess it gets a little tricky, right? Is Jim Thorpe the best all-around athlete or greatest all-around athlete of all time? Possibly.
I mean, you go modern day, maybe, it's over 100 years ago. I mean, you could say, for that era or whatever, I guess that's.
Do you specify, not to interrupt you, my apologies, but do you specify combat sports as a different thing? Like, is combat sports in its own world? I don't ever like putting, sports in their own thing, but I think it's just tough to compare, the more we're diving into this. I'm starting to come to the realization it's tough to compare a guy like Brock Lesnar to Jim Thorpe, because combat sports careers are usually shorter than retiring at 49. But of course, he had the luxury of being in the WWE. They look out for him in terms of what matches to put him in and things like that. Look out for his body. But he still had those other runs where he was obviously very physical, taking a lot of toll on his body. Yeah. And you don't see a lot of those.
He had the runs because of diverticulitis.
Exactly.
Right.
And then of course you have these careers that end very short. We talk about even Conor McGregor. I know he had other stuff going on, off the outside of the octagon. But you see how short these careers are. Conor McGregor was the talk of the town in 2016. We're in 2026. We're talking about if he'll even fight again. That's 10 years. Not that very long. To put that in comparison, LeBron James in year 23, 24 this upcoming season. So, you see that. I don't know. This is why we have the dialogue on the show, because I was very standing to my ground. There's nobody better than Brock Lesnar. You bring all this stuff to the table with Jim Thorpe, it makes me think maybe there's separate categories. And it's unfair maybe a little bit to do that, but I just think the shelf life on a combat sports athlete is usually shorter than somebody that runs track or plays football or basketball.
Well, maybe then the discussion is that Brock Lesnar is a little bit tougher than Jim Thorpe, physically. Man, I don't know. Sure. I mean, I never saw Jim Thorpe box. Again, it wasn't live. But I'm just like, the events that are listed in the decathlon. I mean, you got the 100-meter. Oh, this is day one. You run the 100 meters, right?
Yeah.
You got the long jump, the shot put, the high jump, which we know he was good at. Well, he's good at everything. The 400-meter, right? Then day two, the 110-meter hurdles.
Holy smokes!
Because it's not it's not enough to make guys jump over. So you got to add 10 meters to it too. Then the discus throw, right? The pole vault, the javelin throw, and then then the 1500-meter, right? That's not really a dash, that's a run, but same thing. But again, it's just when I think most well-rounded athlete, I think who is really that good that he can win a gold medal in that, right? A really good boxer, ballroom dancing champion, football player, can't tackle him on the football field, can't catch him, can't tackle him. He was good enough to play some professional baseball, and hit 250, 260, whatever for his career. Again, not great, but good enough to play. And we've talked about how many guys have played professional baseball. You can take all of them, alive and dead, the history of Major League Baseball. You can put them in Progressive Field and they wouldn't fill the stadium. So it's not like, hundreds of thousands of people have played Major League Baseball. And just all the other stuff. And what did I say? Handball, lacrosse, like the ridiculous. We talked about Jim Brown, like being, a really good lacrosse player, and like, wow, it's just how well maybe he deserves to be mentioned in this conversation as well. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're right. Maybe different categories are needed because this is obviously not as much wear and tear. I mean, this is still tough on your body, but this isn't, getting thrown around by 350-pound men and slammed into plywood every night, or not every night, but whatever. Yeah, maybe they do deserve different categories. I don't know. It's an interesting discussion, though. I'm glad we finally did this,
Yeah, look at that. We followed through. We did it. We got it done, Look at that. Hopefully you all enjoyed it out there. I'm going to challenge Chad B here. I'm not going to put him up to the test right now. I'm going to have to give him a few months. We're here in August. I'm going to give you till January.
Okay.
I want you to come back with 3 of your favorite wrestlers by January.
Okay.
By 3 of them. I want 1 current wrestler, though. You can have 2 past. That's fine. But I want 1 current. Somebody that's actively wrestling, and they can't. And I'm kind of limiting you here a little bit. They can't be Randy Orton or Rey Mysterio. Because those are the legends left. So I need you to do some research on a current wrestler, and then you can have 2 past. Or if you're like, dude, Eli, I studied so much, I'm ready for 2 current wrestlers. That's fine. January. Our first show in January, I'm quizzing you on it. I want to know who you did some research on, because I know you're a historian. I want to.
Resolution. Yeah, it's perfect.
We want to include you more in the wrestling stuff, Chad. We want to have you over, maybe kick it. We all get together at Kyle's house. We could talk about wrestling, and we just don't want you to be.
You can't have me over there going, "Who's that? Why did he say that? Why is that relevant?
Why is he fighting?"
Yeah, you can't have me doing that. I need to know some backstories. I got to know.
You know what? We'll work on it. We got our post show meeting later tonight. Maybe I'll work on that a little bit too with you. But yes, that's my homework assignment for the next 3.5 months, and we'll see. I know you deliver, so we're excited for that. Mark your calendars for the first show in January, because Chad B will talk some wrestling for the first time, I think, ever on this show. So
wrestling with Chad B. I can't wait.
Love it. Love it. Hey, we are so excited to be with all of you. Of course, we're not going anywhere. We got about 24 more minutes left here in the show. When we come back, we're going to talk about LSU. Not because of Lane Kiffin, kind of surprising. Maybe a tad, but not Lane Kiffin necessarily too much on this. I think this is more of an LSU problem when it comes to LSU and Jaden Daniels. But is LSU the problem, or is Jaden Daniels tripping a little bit? We'll have a discussion about the cease and desist letter being sent, and Jaden Daniels saying, you can't have my number, and if anybody's going to figure this out, it's Todd Monken as he stars in El Camino.
Get off my lawn. I'm trying to get a sweet haircut.
He's trying to get a sweet haircut, and we're trying to figure out what's going on with Jaden Daniels, LSU, so much more. We're coming back here, though, of course, for more with all of you. Chad Bryant, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network, and we're back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road, or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. What's up, guys? A good abbreviated edition of Unfiltered. Obviously, some technical stuff, but we'll be back full, ready to go 9 p.m. tomorrow on your Thursday, your almost Friday edition of the program. We did talk about a lot in a short amount of time. Obviously, everything from Russell Westbrook retiring to apparently screen time, your kid's IQ, they kind of correlate. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Take them outside once in a while. It's a good thing. Hey, tomorrow on the program, we are going to get into a lot, including an update on the Max Miller situation. Emily Moreno now filing a lawsuit against Miller and his attorney. Plus, crazy scene on a Southwest flight. Someone passing away during a flight. We're going to have all that and more. Your local news, sports, talk, anything you need right here. Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Midnight Run every Monday through Friday at 11:30 right here on the Inside Edge Network. Listen, usually I take a minute to talk about what we discussed on the show. Deshaun Watson's going to start for the Browns. We're going to talk Cavaliers' schedule. Did the Guardians win their series against the Detroit Tigers? I get all that. But I learned a couple things yesterday. Number one, whatever you do, do not start your day by watching a Tyler Perry movie. You're going to be all emotionally jacked up and want to abandon dating, do it all. You're going to want to forget about it. Don't do it, because otherwise you're going to have a cheater who ends up having STDs and takes all your money, and your child is no longer yours. That's number one. Number two, when we have smash or pass, we don't have to rank everything, okay? All of this is good. It's all good. But, man, if you know somebody who could throw down in the kitchen on soul food, oh, it's over. It's the wrap. You know what's not over? My show, Midnight Run, tonight at 11:30 right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back. Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We have talked the Cleveland Browns as they continue the quarterback discussion, their battle. We also talked the best all-around athlete of all time, greatest all-around athlete of all time, and we are back to talk about maybe one of the greatest athletes of LSU history in terms of football, some of the accolades, but a lot going on. And if you missed, of course, you heard before we came back, if you missed Unfiltered earlier today, go check that out. Kyle kind of gave a lowdown on what he talked about today. And then, of course, Double A, he's going to get after it tonight. We'll see what he gets into, of course. But make sure, if you're checking us out for the first time, and if you've been here before and just haven't done so yet, no worries. Like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live for daily shows. The Daily Spiral, that returns Monday at 8 p.m. Unfiltered at 9 p.m. Inside Edge Primetime with Chad and I, 10 to 11:30, and then Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, 11:30 to 1 a.m. Monday through Friday. A lot of great weekly programming for you as well. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. Inside Edge Net. Make sure you go check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can read about all your favorite personalities. Check out our partners page. Of course, our titled sponsor, The Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them so much. Live music, great food with Chef Win and Winning Bites. Get to the Brothers Lounge, 11609 Detroit Avenue there on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood, and check it out. See what they have to offer. We love it there. You'll love it there as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do without them. Couldn't do without you at home. So go to the merchandise store, grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And, of course, take us Near or far, here we are, Inside Edge Network app, on Roku, wherever you want to take us. I know, I said sports.
What's wrong with me? Why is that funny? It's one letter.
Sports.
Sports. We do some research on. We do some scientific stuff too.
Yeah, you know what? Look, we're doing all right. We're doing all right for ourselves. We have 15 minutes left in the program here for today. So much to talk about tomorrow, including top 3 albums. We're going to move that to tomorrow. We want to give it that time. It's not necessarily going to be our top 3 all time before everybody comes for our necks and goes, hey. No. But 3 memorable albums that Chad and I thought of that, play a big part in, us rocking in our lives, soundtracks to our lives. So
I have a hard time, Eli, when someone says, "What's your favorite song?" And I'm like, I don't know, what day is it? Like what's happened to me in the last 12 hours? You know what I mean? Like what's going to happen in the next 6 hours? Am I getting ready for something? Did I, whatever. Was I going to eat a donut and then I found out it was stale? Like, I might listen to some sad music. We don't know. But I don't know. It's the same way with movies, and albums really are all the same. It's hard. Like you go through different phases at different times, right? Depending on what you're going through. So top 3, top 5, top 10 is tough, but I can give you 3 albums that, like I said, hit me right in my formative years, right? I just listened to them, and some of them are cassette tapes that I completely wore out. I mean, just to have complete dead spots for more than 10 or 15 seconds at a time. So you got to go buy a new one or whatever. But yeah, we'll get to that discussion. That's going to be a fun one, I think.
It sure is, and I think for one, former LSU quarterback and current quarterback of the Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels, he's probably imagining the song "All the Small Things" by Blink-182. Yeah. Because right now it appears that's what we're worrying about here. If you haven't caught the skinny yet, this is courtesy of an article from ESPN that I'm reading here, Mark Schlabach, where it basically said Jaden Daniels has informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness, according to an August 5th letter sent to Tigers athletic director Verge Osbury, a copy of which was obtained by ESPN on Wednesday. Of course, this was wrote yesterday at 11:31, right when we got off the air. Actually, a minute right after we got off the air. There's been other reports coming out that Jaden Daniels has, said, hey, my team and LSU, we're working on it. I'm focused on the season, but they're figuring it out. Hopefully, we can come to a resolution. Yada yada yada. Essentially, for lack of better words, folks, because it's just kind of getting old. Chad, if I asked you who DJ Pickett was before today or yesterday, would you know who DJ Pickett was?
LSU sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett, who was promised number 5 at LSU? Yeah, I wouldn't.
All right. So, DJ Pickett's become obviously the talk of the town at LSU and across the college football world, and even a little bit of the NFL world, since it kind of crosses over between the two. DJ Pickett, as Chad mentioned, sophomore cornerback, a guy that Lane Kiffin and the Tigers are excited to have this year, and a guy that was promised on his recruitment number 5. It's a number he had spoke earlier today about, in a presser, about how this was his number he's worn his whole life. He was promised this, and that's how it goes. Jaden Daniels, however, wore that same number 5 for LSU as recent as, 3 years ago when he was finishing up his career at LSU.
2023, yeah.
Now, the thing to keep in mind, a few things with Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. One, he didn't play his entire career at LSU.
Nope.
He played at Arizona State before.
Sure did.
So he wasn't a pure, LSU Tiger his entire career. Number 2, yes, he's the 3rd Heisman winner in LSU history. I will not take that away from him. Congratulations. No. Yeah. However, if we're talking about retiring numbers, we got to slow the roll here, because this starts to feel like the Yankees when they're retiring all their numbers, or some of these other teams. It's like, who gets their number retired and who doesn't? Because last time I checked, Joe Burrow, now despite it not being worn, number 9 at LSU, it hasn't been retired. There could be, and Lane Kiffin was very to the point when somebody asked him, could Burrow's number be worn? He said, I haven't made up an answer on that yet. I haven't decided on an answer. So there could be a day where Joe Burrow's number is worn again. Do I doubt it? Yes, but it could be a day. Other guys to keep in mind that have had their numbers worn since they left college. Peyton Manning. Of course, you have all of the former Heisman winners of the past. You look at, I believe there's been a number 5 in Florida State. Jameis Winston was number 5. You see some of these other numbers that have been worn by other players, because in college, you have a lot of players on your roster, and you have to get the numbers out. Chad, what are you thinking here, man?
That was going to be my point. Yeah, 135, 140 guys. They don't all dress, right? But they're on the roster. You've already got double numbers. I almost said dumber numbers. Smarter numbers, dumber numbers, whatever. You've got double numbers. You got to do something, right? You can't retire everybody's number that comes in and has like an astounding career. Or, and I hate to pick on Shedeur Sanders or guys who barely have gone over 500. But that's fine. That's neither here nor there. Because I guess each school gets to make that decision. It's their prerogative, whatever, right? Sure.
Right.
But here's a couple of things. I was looking through this article, and there are a couple of things that caught my eye, that caught my imagination. First of all, this might be the only time you'll ever hear me say this. In this story, I agree with things that both Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin did and said.
Holy smokes!
I don't remember the last time I felt like that. That was weird. That was a new feeling for me. Wasn't all that comfortable, but so
the Kelly Kiffin feeling.
Yeah, it's the Kelly Kiffin experience. I don't like it. So Brian Kelly said some things. He said, yeah, I believe that the young man was promised number 5. But he said, number 9 hadn't been worn here for a while, so I felt like it just wasn't right to give out the number 5. He knew Jaden Daniels was uncomfortable with it. Uncomfortable. We talk about that with Jimmy Haslam all the time. But no, I think that uncomfortable is one thing. And then there's a large area between that and sending a cease and desist letter to your university, who, for all intents and purposes, that cease and desist letter said, hey, you're not giving me enough attention. Give me less attention.
Yeah.
Right? Like, does that make any sense? You're not honoring me enough. Stop honoring me in every way.
Yeah, and also the reports are coming out that, Jaden Daniels, I guess, and his team have requested that LSU send back the Heisman Trophy, their copy of the Heisman Trophy, because apparently they want nothing to do with LSU. But again, this isn't, and I know Joe Burrow wasn't there his entire career, but if I'm not mistaken, Joe Burrow left after his freshman, if not sophomore year, and spent 2-3 seasons at LSU. Jaden Daniels didn't spend a significant time there. They never won a national championship.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. They never won a national championship. They won. I mean, they had a Heisman. I get it. In third Heisman, I get that. But I think that's where we got to look into, like, the Ring of Honor more so for these teams. Like, hey, put his name up in the stadium, acknowledge him, and say thank you for your contributions. But unfortunately, we're in college. We have a lot of people coming in every year. We're going to have to use number 5. It's just what it is. But
we will honor you. Yes, we will honor you. But we can't. And can I read you one more thing that caught my eye?
Yeah.
This is going to bug me. This is a brain thing for me. Any number. This is from LSU's policy regarding jerseys being retired. This is on their athletic department website. You can find it. It states that any number retired after January 1st, 2007. Check the date. Yep, 2023 is after math. Yes, we're good. Does not preclude, and this is a quote. Does not preclude a current student athlete in that sport from wearing the jersey number in that or any other sport, subject to the discretion of the head coach.
Right.
End quote. Who is Lane Kiffin, who said, hey, listen, if the kid was promised number 5 in recruitment to come here, and that's why he signed, and that's one of the reasons that he was interested in coming here, it's kind of wrong to not give it to him. It doesn't mean that they're not honoring Jaden Daniels. I don't think that this is outlandish, I think, from Jaden Daniels. This is petty. This is unnecessary. And it's a distraction. Like, I know that he's not doing it. He's not filing the paperwork and typing out like, okay, what it cease and desist. Okay, cool. He's not doing it. I get it. He's doing football things. But this comes at a time. It's a terrible time.
Terrible.
LSU starting their season. The Commanders are starting theirs. Jaden Daniels coming back from injury. Whatever. He's trying to have a nice season, and now he's got this legal battle that he's wrapped up in. And what about the NIL? His name, image, and likeness could only be used for 180 days beyond his final game in college. So then he just gets wiped from the records. Is that what you want? Like, you're again, I'm stuck on the fact that he's upset that LSU has not retired his jersey in a sense, which would be honoring him, right? So the solution is, hey, erase me from your record, but I never went there.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I don't know you, bro. Yeah, that's it.
It makes no sense. And, to compare him and Joe Burrow is just not happening. Like, Joe Burrow literally had one of the greatest seasons of all time at LSU. And there's just levels to this, And
even if Burrow's number 9 is retired, someone will wear it again. This is the nature of college football, where you have 135, 140 guys listed on a roster. 80 some of those, or however many, are scholarship guys. There are only so many numbers. You've already got double numbers on the roster. You can't pluck numbers out. And by the way, for the retired numbers for LSU, who is it? Billy Cannon. Only Billy Cannon's number 20. It cannot be worn again by anyone in the LSU football program.
Right.
We've seen our Archie Griffin's number worn, right? Andy Katzenmoyer wore number 45 when he came to Ohio State. So
Right.
there are special cases where, Archie Griffin won 2 Heisman Awards, right?
Right.
We're supposed to just know one. I think it's just unreasonable. It's petty. It's unreasonable. It's unnecessary. It's bad timing. It's a bad look from Jaden Daniels. I get it. His legal team, whatever, but there's no way his legal team does this without the okay from him.
Correct. And you wonder how much, Mama Daniels is getting involved as well.
Yeah.
She's obviously been working kind of sort of as his agent, helping him make moves. She's been very involved in the process, for the draft, all the way to his career. Been seeing him obviously with her and her with him, throughout different things in his career. And that's great until, unfortunately, family meddles too much into your business. And you got to ultimately be a grown man. Yep. You got to be a grown man, and you got to make a decision. Hey, Mom, I got this. I'm going to take care of this. We all have those things, I've had, as much as I know my mama, and Mama Moon loves me to death. But I know, there's been times where I'm like, hey, Mama, I know you're hot about this right now. I know you're frustrated. Like, I know you're not happy with this. We got to handle it, this way or whatever in different situations in life. But all that to be said, this is where Jaden Daniels should have been in terms of with his discussion with his mom. Hey, Mom, this isn't the right way to go about it. I'm literally coming back from injury. I'm now not even being discussed as the best quarterback in my class anymore. I got to have a standout year to really get back to that discussion. The Commanders just lost their left tackle. And then this is what comes out. I wonder how much Mama Daniels is involved, and I wonder how much of this is with Lane Kiffin. I know there's a lot of people in college football or that have left college football that aren't necessarily thrilled with him. He's a very polarizing figure in terms of the coaching ranks. So I wonder if this has kind of a jab at Lane Kiffin, trying to put some air out of his tire. Maybe the disapproval of Jaden Daniels in his camp for the new hire by LSU, because I know it was met with a little bit of mixed reaction in terms of him coming in there. But regardless, this is not your battle. Your battle is with the Washington Commanders and figuring out how you guys get back to an NFC Championship game.
Yeah, and if you don't want to be associated with this university, why do you care who the coach is now? None of this makes sense to me. I mean, would it be nice to have your number retired? Sure. Are there better ways to go about it? There are infinitely better ways than this to go about it, right? This could have been a private discussion where, hey, can we maybe work something out where, we're going to honor you, just, we don't really retire. No, he could have gone to the website. He could LSU.com, whatever that is. I don't know. And looked it up. He just could have just Googled it, right? Or goggled it for an old guy. He could have Googled it, right? LSU athletic website. Read let's see what we can find on. I'm sure his legal team could have found the policy on retired jerseys, right? To send, I don't even think this sticks. This legally can't stick. It's amazing. I said this earlier. I was talking to my wife. It's amazing how if you have enough money, you can make any crazy legal request stick for a little while, right? Until someone has to spend more money to fight it. And then just what a waste of time and money this is. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's for a guy that, again, Arizona State's not going to really recognize. Now LSU, if you're trying to get, extra money out of them or whatever it is, and you want your jersey retired and they say no, and then they just move on without you, you'll look back 20, 25 years. We see it all the time with guys. You look back 25, 30 years ago or later and go, damn, I really probably shouldn't have done that because now I'm not even recognized in any LSU stuff, and it's a shame. It's a shame, too, because Jaden Daniels has been pretty likable for the most part throughout his athletic career through college, especially in the limelight at LSU and then here in Washington. But it's like things like this kind of sour me a little bit. Not all the way, but sour me because you're focused on the wrong stuff and you're also trying to focus on something that you really have no footing on. You're not going to win this. Again, Peyton Manning has had his jersey worn again. Tim Tebow, who was literally a legend. People talk about Tebow Florida days still to this day. I know AA doesn't because it gives them the hives, and we don't bring that up to AA. But, Tim Tebow, they had his jersey being worn literally the year or two after. Yeah. Other guys have had their jerseys worn. I had a long list earlier today of all the guys, whether they wore it on defense or not, that had a jersey worn the following, if not a few years after. I mean, it's not rocket science. This isn't the first time it's ever happened. This has happened because of how large these collegiate football teams are. So
there's a policy. LSU has a policy for this. I mean, they literally have their policy. It's stated on their website. I mean, their position is very clear. And I would imagine that they'll get into this when he signed whatever it was that letter of intent when he transferred there. I'm sure that somewhere legally he agreed to this, right? You can't okay. Let's just fast forward a couple years. Jaden Daniels, we're doing the intros, right? What does he do? What does he say? Where does he go to school? Does he just say his high school? When you're talking about him, a fifth-year quarterback out of
Yeah.
What do you say?
I play for the Commanders now.
Out of Arizona State, and then he made a stop somewhere that we can't talk about. Where does it extend? I mean, is Arizona State allowed to claim him? I don't.
Yeah, because then it's like if you want to use your documentary later on in life, are you able to use LSU clips? What if LSU looks at you and goes, "You're not allowed to use any of this. This is the school's property."
Right.
I mean, like two can play that game, and it's like this is where we run into a thing with student athletes where they think they have all the ball in their court, the entire possession of how things go. And I'm all for the student athletes, but I think some of them are a little delusional at this point when it's like, hey, dude, like. You're playing, and barking up the wrong tree sometimes. And again, for a guy, and we got to wrap it up here in a second, AA on standby. But for a guy that literally is coming back from injury, had a year because of injury last year, if you're Jaden Daniels, you better play well. If you're talking about how they should retire at LSU and your numbers should be retired and don't use it unless you respect me, well, you better not look like shit, for lack of better words, this upcoming season. Because if you do, man, bro, all the goodwill you've had the first couple of years in your NFL career, gone because of this.
Yep.
So, all right, Chad B, that's going to do it, man. That's going to do it for us. Got a little hot there at the end. Jaden Daniels, man, he's a little tricky to pick up on what he exactly wants out of his career. Do you want to be honored? Do you want to play good football? Mm-hmm. Or do you just want the drama, man? And I'm a Jaden Daniels guy.
Damn it, Eli, he made me agree with Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin in his story. That's
horseshit. That's absolutely horseshit.
That's what makes me the most mad about this, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And it's like where we're at now. Again, I'm a Jaden Daniels guy. I've rocked with them, but it's things like this. As small as it may seem on the surface to him, they're a big deal to a lot of fans, media, and things like that. It just gets frustrating. So that's Jaden Daniels. Again, we wish him the best this upcoming season, but maybe he should start focusing on terms of the Washington Commanders and things like that moving forward. So we'll keep an eye on all that. But that's going to do it for Inside Edge Primetime. We're going to do a little switcherooski of the studio. And usually with that, AA may pop up. He may not. He may not. All right. So that's, he always looks so panicked. It's like, if you ever seen the Patrick Star meme? And I know he's going to kick my ass when he gets on the screen. But the Patrick Star meme when it's like so focused. That's AA sometimes when we might call him up early. But I'm going to call him up now.
Not the one where he's got the board nailed to his head, right? That's not.
No, you went too far. You went way too far. That was too far. See, this is why we get kicked off at 11:30. All right, let's bring him in here. The host of Midnight Run, program director, our bro, AA Anthony Alford, joining us now. AA, you didn't hear any of that. I know. You just joined in. You sat down about 2 seconds ago. We were saying very glowing reviews about you.
We said you are our patent star of this network.
Thank you. In all caps. All caps.
Yeah, we never get bored when we see you heading in to speak. That's what I said. Yeah.
All caps. Yep. Guys, no coffee today.
Oh, no. What do you mean?
No coffee. Not because I don't have any.
Okay.
But
all right.
I did research on the Guardians' offensive numbers.
Oh, no.
This next 15, 20 minutes is not going to be pretty.
All right.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
Team OPS.
It's even that's trash.
Woo.
Well,
even that is trash. I watched Nathaniel Lowe.
Oh, no.
Or I listened to it while I was working.
Fair.
Up 3-1. We got two guys on base. Up 3-1. Pitches high. Swinging his ass off. Out.
They always look so good up at eye level.
When I tell you, it's honestly, the pitching is saving us. But to be frank, you go through these offensive numbers, you ought to be shocked that they're not even worse than where they are right now.
Yeah.
They do not play smart baseball whatsoever. No situational awareness, no nothing.
Yeah. No, it's bad, AA. We've kind of been trying to figure it out.
Or Tom or Bill or anybody.
Yeah. We've been trying to figure it out, and we don't know at this point. The offense is stagnant. The bullpen's been rough at times, and we, you know what? As baseball guys here, Chad and I, we're gonna dip out of here. I'm gonna go behind the screen. Chad B is gonna disappear for the evening. We're gonna hand the baton off to you because the fact that you are gonna lead with baseball usually is one of two good things. Well, it's either a good thing or a bad thing. It's either the Guardians have won the World Series, or they look like shit. Option 2 is where we're at tonight, folks. Chad B,
area. Yeah.
We appreciate you as always. Chad Bryan, of course, be back with all of you tomorrow and myself, 10 to 11:30 for our Friday show. We'll get you ready for the weekend. But you heard him. He's pissed. He's angry. He has no coffee. And that's a shocker. It's Double A Anthony Alford, host of Midnight Run. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford coming up right after station identification.
This is Midnight Run on the InsideEdge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the InsideEdge Network. Great to have you along. My name's Anthony Alford, and we're here with you every single Monday through Friday at 11:30 right here on the InsideEdge Network, which you can find us live on Twitter and YouTube at InsideEdge Net. We got show clips across all of our social media platforms. There you see it right there. Of course, our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, our programming schedule, show, personality profiles, and a whole lot of other things. Our merch store, you get information about our partners. That's there as well. And, of course, if you're a Roku owner, like I am, use this little remote, get the InsideEdge Network app. Just search for it. You'll be in good shape. We got a lot of things to get to on this show. Coming up at 12:30, our own Rob Rosicki, he's going to join us here on Midnight Run to talk about a variety of things. We got a lot of things to talk about with Rob. Of course, you see Rob here on the network Sunday nights on the Main Event. Also, host and personality at News Radio WTAM 1100 here in Cleveland. My producer is Eli Moon. You'll see him from time to time as well throughout the show. Folks, I have, again, I am not, I'll put you this way. I've been keeping track of the Guardians from afar. Not because I don't want to keep track of them. I've been keeping track. You know, you watch the games, you listen to the games, and you just observe. You observe. And listen, business is business. And what I mean by that, sometimes we do play the hits, right? People are interested in the Cleveland Browns with what's going on with the quarterback situation, what's going on with the Cavaliers, things like that. You play the hits, you train the stuff, but from afar, you're keeping track of the Guardians because they're on every single day. And sometimes with baseball, you do take for granted the playing every single day element of it. And you like to think, oh, it's just one game, it's just one game. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Guardians are 8-17 since the All-Star break. 8-17. So we have enough of a sample size to know who they are as a team. And I'm going to point out the sequence that really did it in, because I had it on in my office, the radio call. And it was a traditional Guardians game, right? 1-0. Tigers are up, but Parker Messick dueling, just getting after it like he has been all year long. Like he has been. And, just like Gavin Williams, just like others, like Parker Messick has had a really, really phenomenal season, and he's only a rookie, which is amazing. No run support, no nothing. But we had a chance. And I'm going to share my screen here because I really want you guys to see the effery of the sequence. Okay? So let me direct you to the top of the 6th inning. Okay? I want you to look at this. This is one of our newer guys, Nathaniel Lowe. And again, this is one at-bat. This is not the definition of how his entire Guardians career is going to go. In fact, if we were talking about him yesterday, we would have a different outlook, right? But I want you guys to point out here. I'm just going to point out a few things. You see, there's men on first and second base. We have Chase DeLauder on second. Jose Ramirez, the batter before, he walked. So, guards ball. We got people in scoring position. We got to take full advantage, right? And ball one high, ball two, slider. These were high pitches. All you got to do is just be smart. Don't press. Don't try too hard. I heard Eli and Chad talk about this yesterday, talking about the state of the Guardians and talking about what Stephen Vogt had mentioned previously, that maybe, you got guys that are pressing and trying too hard to play hero ball, to try to, get back on track. All you got to do is just let the game come to you. And this is a situation where all you have to do is let the game come to you. Pitch is high. Doesn't matter. Fly out. Inning over. By the way, Messick, who at that point in the bottom of the sixth had retired 10 straight batters. By that point, he was upping in the pitch count. He gave up a homer in the bottom of the sixth. So you take all of that into account. This is not a situation where other teams are doing it against the Guardians. This Guardians offense is a liability. They're a problem. And they're doing it to themselves. And what the hell do you want Stephen Vogt to do about it? What do you want him to do about it? So then, because I'm a decent sports talk host and a curious Cleveland sports fan who wanted to spend a couple seconds away from the Cleveland Browns, let me do some homework and dive into the Guardians' offensive stats. Give me a second. I promise this is watering here. Every morning, by the way, is W Energy, which I thoroughly enjoy. W Energy, get 10% off when you use the promo code InsideEdge10, W.GG, one of our proud sponsors here at the Inside Edge Network. Look at these offensive numbers. As a team, Chad's favorite, the OPS. Don't even get me started on OPS. My theory on why we highlight OPS, because the batting average numbers across baseball is just terrible these days. But hey, we want to crack down on steroids. 28th out of 30. I want to point out, too, just in case, 30 teams in Major League Baseball. That stat will become relevant here in a little bit. We're 28th in OPS, team OPS. We're 27th in batting average. 233. By the way, the Dodgers are first, 261 as a team. 28th in home runs. 28th in RBI. Runs batted in. We're at 463. The Washington Nationals are at 626. 27th in hits. 936 hits. The Pittsburgh Pirates, who are first on this list, 1,074 hits. Now, you'll notice the Pirates are high in the offensive stats. The Pirates actually have the opposite problem that we have. They're great offensively. Their pitching is a letdown. But, hey, we have one good offensive stat. We're 6th in stolen bases. That's great. But when you're 27th in batting, 28th in home runs, 28 in RBI, 27 in hits, 28 in OPS, stealing bases really doesn't matter if you still can't score with runners in scoring position. None of that matters. And then if you want to know how we're doing, if you break it down player by player, in terms of batting average, Chase DeLauder He's our team leader. Overall in baseball, he's 24th. I'm just going to point out, I'm not even going to mention the names. I'm just going to point out their ranking. This is our top 5 in batting average. Player number 1, ranked 24th. Player number 2, ranked 47th. Player number 3, ranked 84th. Player number 4, 112th. Player number 5, 116. Home runs are even worse. Player number 1, Joe Adell, 58th in all of baseball in home runs. Player number 2, 3, and 4, and 5, 106. And then in RBI, player number 1, again, Joe Adell, 39th in all of baseball in RBI. And then player number 2 ranked 63. Player number 3 ranked 100. Player number 4 and 5 ranked 139 in RBI. This is a bad, horrific, pitiful, piss-poor offensive team. Pitiful offensive team. And I pointed out just one sequence, but I get pissed when I see our pitchers work their behinds off, and then offensively, we can't put a complete game together because we just want to press. We want to play hero ball. We just want to swing for the fences. No strategy at the plate. None. I'm not a baseball guy, and I see this garbage. So that's why I sat on this for a minute, because I wanted to, is this just a bad week? Is this just, we're trying to figure this out? This is who you are. August 13th, this is who you are. Terrible offensive team. And you wonder why lately, seemingly we have dropped 2 out of 3 in seemingly every series we have played lately. I believe the last series we've won was against Cincinnati. Every one of these games, and it's very consistent, especially in closeout games, every one of these games, you're going in to the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, or 5th or 6th, 7th inning, and it's 2-0, 1-1. You put yourself behind the 8 ball. So now we got to stretch guys like Parker Messick, who, by the way, again, should not be pitching as much as he is. He's doing a great job, but eventually he's going to give up the run, and all of a sudden a 2-0 ball game seems like it's 7-0. Game, set, match, right then and there. Baseball, a lot of times I defer, and I'm going to bring Eli in about 2 minutes, or actually in the next segment. But I defer a lot of the ins and outs to my baseball counterparts, because they can explain. I have questions, and they can explain my questions and answer my questions in thorough detail. For example, I'm going to ask Eli coming up next segment, and we got Rob Ruzicki coming up at 12:30, because I really want to dive into why offensively we're just pitiful. But when I'm watching or listening and I see, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for us to finally break through. There's an opportunity for the Guardians to finally apply pressure and deliver with runners in scoring position. And you got the guys to do it. You have, DeLauder, at second. Jose Ramirez walked. Jose Ramirez, he is showing a little signs that he is starting to return to form. I did that. One good takeaway from today. He is starting to show some signs. He had a ball that he crushed late in the game that if it was anywhere besides Detroit with a huge outfield, that could have been gone. But, yeah, we're not playing smart baseball, and that's infuriating. So I want to talk more about that a little bit when we come back from break. Also, Cavaliers schedule is out, but have you thoroughly looked at it and looked at the first part of it? Yeah. Man, we got some stuff. Also, Albert Breer has some interesting insight on investment in terms of the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. So my question tonight, is it more important to finally realize the full investment of Deshaun Watson's contract or Shedeur Sanders' potential in 2026? What's the most important goal of the Browns season in 2026 besides winning? What's the goal there? Folks, we're off and running. You got me P.O. about baseball. What are we? Man. We'll take a break, come back. Got more Midnight Run after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. This is Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network, here with you Monday through Friday, right here at Inside Edge Net. All right, folks, let me bring in Eli Moon. He is the host of Inside Edge Primetime. He's my producer here at Midnight Run. And coming up this segment, we're going to break down the Cavs schedule. 12:10, we got footage from Albert Breer on Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, in the Cleveland Browns, Rob Ruzicki at 12:30. But first, guards. And Eli, am I off base? I want to defer to you and everything, because am I off base and really diving into the numbers where the Guardians, who lost, by the way, 3-0 to the Detroit Tigers, they dropped 2 of 3 to the Tigers. But most of these offensive categories, in terms of team stats, bottom 3.
Yeah, not good. And the acquisitions haven't really been coming through either. Joe Adell struggled mightily at the plate for most of his short stint here so far for the Guardians. Nathaniel Lowe, you talked about him in the opening segment. He's not been great at times. Of course, he's going to platoon a little bit with Reese Hoskins and help fulfill that first base role. But offensively, we're looking for more. And this Guardians offense was hoping that these guys would inject some more life into this team, because this was a team that was 2-3 games back of the Central Division, which is really their only ticket to get in the postseason AA. And they missed out on that opportunity. Right now, it appears, at least a prime opportunity to get back into the Central with dropping 2 or 3 to the Tigers. The hope was that these guys on offense would, inject some life. Even saw Nick Camino talk about the other day on social media about how, most teams, when they make moves and they're as aggressive as the Guardians are at the deadline, you find some pep in your step, a burst of offense, a newfound life in the team. And that hasn't been the case for the Guardians, who got swept by the Mets and now, had a struggle against the White Sox, and now sitting here against the Tigers in a weird spot, man, right? So I don't know really where to go from here when it comes to the offense. I wish I had more answers for you, but right now, guys are unfortunately not playing typical Cleveland baseball, which is being smart at the plate, making the pitcher work. You mentioned in the opening segment, when Jose walks, on a 3-1 pitch, you kind of want to almost test the pitcher and see, is he going to throw it high? Is he going to throw it wild? See if we can get that pitch count up so they can go deeper into their bullpen, make this more of a bullpen game. In fact, that would be the best case for the Guardians, because you make them expend more arms. You make them have to be more strategic with where they're coming from in terms of who they're bringing out of the bullpen. But the Guardians haven't done that. Another shutout loss for them today. It's just unfortunate. And the unfortunate thing is Detroit's got hot at the right time. Detroit might make the playoffs the way they're looking right now. It's really anybody's game between Chicago, Detroit, and Minnesota. I know they played in the Field of Dreams game, which was real cool. Pop Moon and I got to watch that earlier. The Twins and the Phillies, real cool. But they're still hanging around too. The Guardians, however, when they play their AL Central foes, they cannot get past them for one reason or another. And really tonight it wasn't too much the pitching. Messick wasn't bad on the mound. The bullpen kept it at least to where if the Guardians had a competent offense, you may be talking about a 4-3 victory, a 5-3 victory. Some of those victories we saw early on in April and May. But right now, the offense is flat. It's very stagnant, and they don't have those consistencies that they've had in the past, whether it's Jose Ramirez giving you a batting average of 270, 280 or higher. You're not getting the early pop from Chase DeLauder. Brian Rocchio has even cooled off at times, and he had a great start to the year. He's cooled off. So you're just seeing some of these guys that were consistent either throughout their career, you can count on, or even earlier in the year that have cooled off, and the acquisitions haven't really made it worth your while to go, wow, we have a whole newfound offense. And there's not really much more you can do. If that's the question, Guardians fans are going to ask, what else can we do? Well, you can bring Khalil Watson back up, but he's already been up here. You can bring Cooper Ingle back up. You've already seen what that's looked like in the outfield. And there's not really much of a space for him at catcher with Patrick Bailey and Austin Hedges. So you can't really do much there. And of course, they've already started kind of DFAing guys, letting guys walk. Gabriel Arias, he's now a Met. You've seen it with other guys. So I don't know what else they can do, AA. I mean, they got to just basically dig down deep. I know it's a terrible, terrible thing to think about because there really are no moves. So you just got to dig down deep and kind of find out who wants to play October baseball. But right now, it looks like none of them do.
I think there's also, and I know if we answer a question in sports talk, what can you have to do if your answer is just dig down deep and figure it out? I know a lot of times that's not a passable answer. In this case, it might be the only answer.
Right.
In this case, because again, like you said, the moves have already been made. You've already, in your mind, you already upgraded, but you're just not. It's not showing on the field. I think the big thing, with this team, a couple of things. Number one, because their offense across the board is not good.
Mm-hmm.
They're not good. The moments when you have with like Nathaniel Lowe in the 6,
right?
You highlight those moments. Oh, I forgot to mention too. According to Pro Baseball Reference, the Guardians are 29th in runners in scoring position.
Yeah, it's bad, right? And the only other move they could make possibly is Ralphie Velasquez. Of course, he plays first base, however, so you run into a log jam there. What are you going to do with Rhys Hoskins? You try to platoon him back out in left field. He's done a little bit of that, but not too much this year. You put him in left field, and then what do you do with Nathaniel Lowe at that point, one of your acquisitions? So you could look at Ralphie Velasquez, who's one of the top prospects in the Guardians organization right now in their farm system, but really what you'd be hoping for is kind of the same thing that DeLauder did last year, right? Like the spark at the end of the year, and then he's on the playoff roster, and maybe he gets some crucial hits, and helps gets the Guardians to the playoffs. But I wouldn't do that if I was the Guardians. I'm going to be so honest. I would not. I think you keep Velasquez in the minor league system right now. You let him continue to grow. You figure out what your first base situation looks like, whether it's next season playing baseball or a lockout, and then you move on the year after. I don't think Nathaniel Lowe will be here long term. He's on an expiring contract. I don't believe Rhys Hoskins will be here long term. He's also on a shorter contract. So I think that will be opening up first base for Ralphie Velasquez, whether it's next year if there is baseball or after the lockout. I'm never usually a fan of, hey, we haven't brought you up all year. It's going to be September. Let's bring up Ralphie Velasquez and see what he can do, because then you risk stunning your growth. And the Guardians, I know they didn't give up a ton of top prospects to get some of these guys, Joe Adell, Nathaniel Lowe, Foster Griffin, and Craig Yoho, I know, was moved for Bo Naylor. To be acquired here, obviously other pieces as well. But you don't want to move so many prospects and have a bunch of shifting around just to make a playoff berth, which ultimately right now, if I hate to be the Debbie Downer of the group, but it appears right now the Guardians, even if they get in, are looking at a quick wild card exit, a stomping against whoever it is, whether it's, Boston or New York. It just looks like it's a stomping coming our way. So I wonder what their thoughts are, but I wouldn't bring up Velasquez. I would not do that. I would just stick with what you have right now and question the guys on the team. And it comes down to Stephen Vogt too, Double A. I'll hand it back to you, but it comes down to Stephen Vogt. This is a guy who had to come back from 15 and a half games back. They were a little bit above 500 last year, but they were struggling mightily. And it's struggles that we haven't seen under Terry Francona. I know he's in Cincinnati now. I get it. But these are 2 back-to-back years where Vogt's having to fight to win a division. And then what can you do after once the tank's empty? So I have some questions for Stephen Vogt. Not that he needs to get out of town or anything like that, but how do you manage this roster knowing how the front office, how the ownership puts this roster together? You're not walking into LA or New York where you have the second or first highest payroll in baseball. You're working with a bottom 3 payroll in baseball. How can you make that work like Terry Francona did for so many years?
And that's a tough question because I'll be honest, maybe I know we love Terry Francona, but that's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother conversation in a good way. That's another conversation. But I know typically you're the Debbie Downer. That role might go to me today.
Yeah.
This team's not making the playoffs.
No. Not the way they're heading. No. I mean,
they're not making the playoffs. And if they have in the back of their mind, hey, we made that historic run last year, we're going to do it again this year. No. Mm-hmm. It's offensively, they're severely limited, as is. Severely limited. And at least in the Terry Francona days, when the offense was severely limited, they were at least able to get timely runs.
Right.
And they at least had smart at-bats. They're not even doing that. This team.
Yeah.
Not only do you have a bottom of the barrel offense, you don't even have a smart team that's providing quality at-bats.
Yeah, and you wonder, some of the guys they've let go, that gets obviously maximized, and the microscope gets a little bit more fine when they look at guys that could have helped this offense that they moved off of a little too early. Junior Caminero, Yandy Diaz, both in Tampa Bay. You look at some of these names that could have helped the Guardians, and unfortunately they're somewhere else. I know Ernie Clement, he had a little bit of a different path, but even him making noise in Toronto, obviously an everyday starter there. So you just wonder where the Guardians kind of went wrong. But unfortunately, in terms of prospects, there really isn't much besides Velasquez you can really lean on. Obviously, you have Henao up here right now, Angel Henao, so you want to see what he does. But unless his offense finds a spark, they are 4 games back right now of the Central lead, and they're 3 teams ahead of getting to that lead. I don't think there's enough in the tank right now, based off of where we're at on August 13th. I don't think there's, or 14th now. I don't think there's enough in the tank to get it done. I just don't.
And also keep an eye on Messick, just because a younger guy, they're gonna if we're drifting away, I think they're gonna start to really. I'm not saying shut down or anything, but they're gonna monitor the number of pitches.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the Guardians go. I mean, we'll have a better understanding fully, I feel like, in a few weeks. I know that's tough to say, but in a few weeks, end of August, we'll see how far they're back. If they're a game or 2 back, then okay. And you got the White Sox coming up, the Twins coming up next month. You have, I believe, the Boston Red Sox, another team that, is going to be a playoff team. So you have a lot of teams you have to go up against. I think Baltimore may be in there as well. So you have some teams that you're going to have to go battle against. But if they're a game or 2 back, okay, I'm feeling a little bit better. But, we still have 2 weeks left of August baseball. Some series that I thought were winnable coming into this Detroit one. But after the way they played against Detroit and how they've been playing recently against bad teams like the Mets, I don't know how they'll look against the Padres, the Giants, the Rockies, the Angels. But this is very important, because if they go out and drop the ball in these series AA, you might as well stick a fork in them. They're done.
What I'm not going to stick a fork in, I saw a rumor about Kevin Durant in a 3-team trade that could involve Kevin Durant. If you re-sign James, it would be a sign and trade with James Harden. He would go to Houston. There's another element to the trade too. We'll break more of that potential trade down tomorrow on the show. But we're talking about firepower, adding firepower to a Cavaliers team that desperately needs it right now. I'm all ears on bringing Kevin Durant and his burner account to Cleveland, Ohio.
I mean, I'm not against it, just depending on what they give up. Of course, we got to see what would be in a deal like that. What are the Cavs' mindset? But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the Durantula and the Spida. We'd have 2 Spidas here.
Oh boy, that's dangerous. All you need is Spider-Man. Okay, that was corny even by my standards.
All right.
I know. I'll strike that from the record. We'll talk more about the KD trade tomorrow. Real quick, the Cavs schedule. The NBA schedule was released earlier today. It's by Christmas. See the television schedule. When do we play all 29 other teams? I want you guys to keep an eye on. Honestly, the first month of the season is not going to be. It's going to be a little rough. I mean, obviously, you knew we opened up against Philadelphia on the 22nd. Our home opener is on Saturday, October 24th against Brooklyn. Yeah. Now, I want to pinpoint to November 2nd. There is a week-long stretch where we have the following opponents. Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Oklahoma City again.
Yeah.
LeBron James in Philadelphia. Defending NBA champion New York Knicks. You got Charlotte in there. But they could, I know Ball's not there anymore, but they can still shoot.
Oh, yeah.
And then New York again.
Yep.
And then Miami.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's a hell of a stretch. I mean, like, they have the home and road back to back. I mean, there's a day in between, so not necessarily back to back, but consecutive games against OKC. And then you have the matchups against, you mentioned, Philadelphia, Miami, New York. I mean, that is a true test, early on, right? I mean, if you see what this Cavs team looks like, we don't even know what this Cavs team is going to look like in terms of, is James Harden going to be here? Is Peyton Watson, Jonathan Kuminga joining? What's it going to look like? Is Kevin Durant going to be here? I mean, my goodness. But, it's going to be a true testament of how the team not only looks against the best of the West with OKC, and I know they didn't go to the finals, but they still are one of the standard bearers. And then, of course, you have Philadelphia, New York, Miami, those teams are definitely going to be teams you're going to be trying to defeat in the postseason to get to an NBA championship, to get to an NBA Finals for starters. That's going to be interesting. AA in Charlotte, I will say, I think Charlotte's not going to miss a step. I think they'll be better than they were last season. They have, of course, Kobe White. I'm trying to think here. It's late here, folks. Kobe White, though, he's the starter for the Hornets. They actually inked an extension with him right after LaMelo Ball was traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So Kobe White in there, I don't think they'll miss a step. They still have Brandon Miller, Con Canoople. They have a lot of studs there that I think Charlotte even is one of those sneaky teams. Talk about the Wizards, Hornets also in that mix.
Mm-hmm. And think about this, too. We have the Knicks 3 times before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And remember, too, ladies, and I think we have the graphic here somewhere about the NBA Cup. All those teams that's in the NBA Cup, we got to face all of them. And I think in the Cup, we face each of them twice during the NBA Cup series. So not only are we facing New York 3 times before Thanksgiving, we faced LeBron and the Sixers twice. We got Miami in there, and of course Indiana. But then Oklahoma City twice. November 2nd and November 4th, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough. And then are 2 of the games against New York probably in Madison Square Garden, I'd imagine. They're definitely not giving us 2 of those early ones.
Let me see. November 7th, that game, these are all Knicks opponents. That's here, New York at Cleveland. November 11th is in New York.
Yep.
November 25th in New York.
Yeah, I kind of figured. And that's
Cavs fans, if you want to I'm looking at some attractive home dates. If you're a Cavs fan, let's see. Washington, you do want to check them out.
Yes. Yes.
October 28th. OKC, that game might be sold out already. November 2nd. LeBron's return, November 6th. The Knicks, November 7th. Will Kyrie be back and ready to go? Or is he still? I don't know.
We'll see. He's gearing up for the return this year. The Mavericks are planning some big things for him, and I know Dusty Mays, the new head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, former Michigan Wolverine head coach. So kind of see what's going on there. I got a question for you.
I was gonna say real quick that if he is back, November 14th, Dallas, Tyrese Halliburton. November 20th. These are all home dates. My Lord.
Are we still – I know we got to go to break here in a moment. We got Rock coming up at the top of the half hour here. But my question to you is, are we still calling it LeBron's return, knowing that he's not coming back? Like, I felt like the return thing was more of a thing when there's a possibility, if he hears the right murmur, that he's coming home. I mean, he's not coming home anymore. Yes, he's returning to Cleveland. But do we have to – I mean, maybe I'm in the small group here. Do we have to keep calling it a return? Yes, LeBron's coming back to play in Cleveland. He's played here before. He's played against us. He's from here. He didn't choose us. I'm more so worried about the Cavaliers playing the Philadelphia 76ers, who have 4 guys that can literally impact the direction of how the game goes. And LeBron, Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, and Joel Embiid. That's not even mentioning VJ Edgecombe. But
You're
LeBron's
right.
Return.
You're right. But I thrive off of drama. Sure, let them keep calling it the return. Now, to your point, no more tribute videos. I don't care if he's coming home and home. I miss home. I don't want to see all that.
Yeah. You missed home so much. You went to the Liberty Bell and rang it a few times. Said welcome to Philly. Like, I mean, come on, man. Get the.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
All right. We're a little late. This was good stuff, though. This was phenomenal stuff. Coming up next, Albert Breer of SI.com. He had these thoughts about the investment and with the quarterback situation. And here's my question that I want to present to you guys going into break. Besides winning, we want to win. Okay. Besides that, what's the number one objective for the Cleveland Browns in 2026 from the quarterback position? Do you want to see whether or not truly the Deshaun Watson investment was worth it or not, like fully let it play out, or do you want to realize the potential of Shedeur Sanders? What is the goal of 2026? Again, besides winning. We'll take a quick break, come back. We'll have that for you coming up in just a moment.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
What if I told you I'm going to try to go to the gym at 6 a.m. Later today? I missed the last 2 days. I'm going to try to. I have to get adjusted to a new schedule because we're firing high school football back up again. So I told you I'm a maniac. I told you that. Albert Breer was on with Rich Eisen. He had a lot of thoughts. Apparently, Todd Monken is El Camino, which I found that to be hilarious. So you'll hear a little bit of that. But also, your goal for the Cleveland Browns in 2026 in terms of the quarterback position, besides winning, is it about Shedeur Sanders' potential, or is it about realizing whether or not the full investment of Deshaun Watson was worth it, or is worth it, or not. Here's Albert Breer with Rich. This is a little bit of an extended cut here, so pay attention to all of it. Albert Breer with Rich Eisen.
And then what's happening in Cleveland, best you can tell from there in the up north?
Well, Todd Monken's been pretty colorful talking about this. I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh, he's
that.
been great. Listen, Monken has been a delight in terms of a soundbite. You know, if you just put the things that he said out of Bill Parcells' mouth, it wouldn't be surprising. You know what I mean? Like that. If it was if you AI'd what he said coming out of a Parcells, and a 60-year-old Parcells, it would sound like it. But
he's got a little Clint Eastwood and El Camino vibe there, you know.
Is he coaching from the front porch? So you're saying? Okay.
Just blowing on a heater, coaching the team.
Sure. All right. So, well done. What's going on there?
I think in this situation, it's another one of those where it's like, if you go one way, then you probably can't go the other, you know? And so, look, Deshaun Watson, the team has invested 3 first-round picks in him. They've invested $230 million in him. And I think what would be worse than just chalking that up as a sunk cost would be chalking it up as a sunk cost and then watching him go somewhere else and ball out for another team in 2027 and be like, oh, my God, maybe we should have played him in 26. So, you know, I do think there's an element there of wanting to see if there is any shot, any glimmer of hope that the player that we all watched for the first 4 years of Watson's career is still there. And if it's not, it's not. But I think it's much easier to try that and go to Shedeur Sanders than it would be to start with Shedeur Sanders and then that doesn't work and then go to Deshaun Watson. So, like, I've felt all along, like, there's a little bit of a, like, let's see what we have with Watson because this is the last year of his contract and we've already invested so much in him. And, I mean, look, like, Dylan Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick. Shedeur Sanders was a 5th-round pick. This guy, Deshaun Watson, was the 12th pick in the draft and was one of the best quarterbacks in football for an extended period of time. So I don't know why so many people think there's so much more upside with the younger guys than there is with the veteran when we've seen the veteran do it in the past.
Okay. So.
And that was Albert Breer with the Rich Eisen show, with Rich Eisen, of course, there. And a lot of things to really take away from what was said. I want to piggyback on the very last point that he made. It was like, I don't know why, you know, people are zeroing in on the younger guy when we've seen what Deshaun has been able to do at his highest. Well, the problem is you haven't seen that, what he could do at his highest in 6 years. 6-7 years. We haven't seen it. You know, it's take away everything. The off the fields, take away everything. That honestly is kind of like saying, man, I don't know why people are moving away from Tom Brady because Tom Brady was at the highest. Sometimes, all the time. When you get older, the game passes you by. That's just the fact of life. The game passes you by. I don't care how good of a player you are or not. The game passes you by. Now, with that being said, all of this is with the understanding of what happens if this competition is close. I'll give Albert Breer credit. He did mention that if Shedeur Sanders was clearly winning this QB battle, it's a different conversation. You go with Shedeur, you don't look back, right? But this is consistent with what I've been saying here with the Browns. Like, if the quarterback competition is close, the nod's going to go to Deshaun. It is going to go to Deshaun because they want to see the investment play out. I do agree with Albert from the sense of it's easier to go from Deshaun to Shedeur versus Shedeur to Deshaun. Because if you're doing that, then you're basically saying Shedeur Sanders ain't good enough to play. And then you're turning to Deshaun, and it's like, okay, what do you want to see from that? So I think if the competition is close, I think Deshaun's getting the nod. Now, something to keep in mind. First off, if you missed the news, Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, he announced earlier today, Caleb Williams is not going to play in the first preseason game. He doesn't need to. He's not going to play. A good chunk of the starters across the board for Chicago, they're not playing. How that changes Cleveland's approach, we shall see. The reports that we have been hearing, first off from Todd Monken directly, we've been hearing really more so up front. The plan is for the offensive line, the starting offensive line, to start a series, but that's also dependent on how long the Chicago's defensive line goes. But things are going to be a little different. Again, it's preseason. Both coaching staffs, they're going to give each other courtesy, so plan accordingly. But here's what you need to watch, because I always say this now with Todd Monken, card subject to change. To me, Deshaun starting the first preseason game, fine. Shedeur starting the second preseason game, fine. Except who's getting first-team reps at the joint practices against Buffalo. To me, that is more important than the preseason games, honestly, because you're actually working on true install against a different team. So if I see next week, Shedeur Sanders is getting the start, but Deshaun Watson's getting all the first-team reps against Buffalo in practice, the QB competition is over. Watson is your starter. Now, will that happen? We still got to see it all play out on the field. And I'm not saying it's not, fire is not going to shoot out and anything like that, and Watson could fall flat on his face. It very well could happen. But the script is there. The script is there for Deshaun to be the starter. The script is there. Performance-wise, though, we might get a different story. All right, folks, when we come back, the main event, Rob Ruzicki, also of News Radio WTAM 1100. He will join me coming up next, because I rattled off at the beginning of the show. Guardians are bottom 3 in several offensive team stats. I want to get his thoughts on what's going on with the Guardians. They dropped 2 of 3 to Detroit. It seems like normally now they drop 2 of 3 in series. So I want to get Rob's thoughts on that. Plus, a ton of other things going on across sports. And a story that honestly might have been his idea I want to bring up as well, that he had on his show that we're going to talk about when we come back from break. Rob Ruzicki of the Main Event and WTAM 1100 joins me next here on Midnight Run.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, welcome back to Midnight Run. We've had a great week of shows across the network, great week of shows here on the network, and fiery shows, and a great week of guests too. Earlier in the week we had Mike Sando of The Athletic joining us. Tomorrow the radio voice of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tim Alcorn, will join the program to break down the Cavaliers schedule, and also we'll give some thoughts on a quiet offseason for the Cavaliers. Things have been happening, of course, with Cleveland. We're going to get Tim Alcorn's perspective on that coming up on the program tomorrow here on Midnight Run. And right in the middle of our great week of guests is my favorite, is my guy, also from WTAM 1100, and also our host of Main Event. Let's bring him out right now. Rob Ruzicki is on the show. What's going on, Rob?
You're making me sound all official, man. You got me bookend with Mike Sando, with Tim Alcorn, The Athletic, the Cavs radio net voice, and I'm just a humble evening producer at WTAM who occasionally will talk about the Guardians and yell about other stuff too.
I was just thinking about this during the break. Like, my ultimate goal, I would need a different place to live, but I want a band. This is a late night show. I want a band. Give me
what like Carson?
I don't care. I don't care if Carson. I don't care if who's Jay Leno's guy, Kevin Eubanks. The Roots.
You got Doc Severinsen for Carson. You got Eubanks for Leno. Yeah, you got the Roots for Fallon. Max Weinberg for Conan. Yeah, they've had a nice little G.E. Smith and the Saturday Night Live band, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you would definitely need a new place to live or a studio, one or the other.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we got a new relationship now with the Brothers Lounge. Maybe we'll try out a band or something at Brothers Lounge. And I just want, and whether it's a band, whether it's, just the collective, I don't care who it is. I just want them on the side, bringing them back in. Like, welcome back. We just had a heated conversation about the Guardians, and you just smoothed out the tunes and stuff, man. That's all I want.
Well, yeah, like I think I heard Conan O'Brien talking about that. Like when he started his podcast up, he was kind of happy with it, not being a late night show and not doing the whole rigmarole. And then, like about a year in, they're like, maybe we should do this in front of a live crowd one time. He goes, okay, we'll try that. And then it's like, all right, maybe we'll bring, like a couple of guests on before the big guest, and we'll just have you chat with your assistant and the other producers for. Okay, no problem. All right, maybe let's get a band too, and we'll just do that. And okay, cool. Then all right, how about before all of that, you go out and do like a monologue and warm up the audience and get them all. It's like, what the fuck?
All right, fine. What did he used to do?
Oh yeah, I do know. Yeah, all that's he's still like I love him to death too, because he's still relevant. 35 years after he was the young cool thing. And a piece of trivia, if you ever want to know this one ever comes up, he has a podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Fan, and he'll just talk to a random fan every time. Do you know who his first guest was? The first time he ever did that podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend or a Fan.
No.
Donovan Danhausen, who was telling him that he was an amateur professional wrestler who had a gimmick based on the fact of Conan O'Brien being an interdimensional demon.
I'm telling you right now, Rob, WWE will be in Cleveland on August 28th. They're doing both Raw and SmackDown. I'm telling you right now, if Danhausen is in front of that Cleveland crowd, he one time, you don't even have to do this on TV, he has to heal it up, because he might die. The reason why the Cavaliers were knocked out of the playoffs.
No, it wasn't because Kenny Atkinson folded up like a cheap suit. It wasn't because James Harden couldn't hit a bucket if his life depended upon it, or Donovan Mitchell, was missing, to the point where we almost filed a report with the police. No, it had nothing to do with that.
No, it was all Danhausen. All right, let's talk about the Guardians. I've been accused.
Oh, even better.
I've been accused of only bringing up the Guardians when they're about to win the World Series or they're crashing out. And they're right. So
I was going to say, this is choice B.
Offensive, again, since the All-Star break, they have obviously not looked good at all. They can't put together strings of games. The one occasion where the offense looks good, then the pitching's off. But in most cases, when the pitching is on, the offense is not good. And I mentioned earlier, if you guys missed it, the Guardians right now, 27th in batting average, 28th in home runs, 28th in RBI, 27th in hits, 28th in OPS, 29th in runners in scoring position. Offensively right now, we're in mid-August. We could say it. They stink.
No, the whole thing's messed up. I mean, and it starts with the offense, but I mean, we'll look at the bullpen too in a few minutes. No, the stats from today are kind of impressive. They got shut out today again, 4 hit by the Tigers. Now, the miraculous part of that and the history-making part of that's the first time since in 12 years. Want to go all the way back to 2024 here, that a team in the major leagues got shut out without striking out. They did not strike out one time. It's only happened 9 times since the wild card was incepted. That's courtesy of Sarah Langs on Sports on Twitter. So yeah, the Guardians made a little history with that one, and they didn't even really have they had one walk too. So I guess you could kind of look at it and say they put it in play today, but it just didn't really work out all that well. But if today was just one of those days, okay, that's one of the that's a thing. But the offense has been the Achilles heel of this team now for Stephen Vogt's entire time, 2.5 years, 2+ years. This has not been working as an offense. And I keep on trying to remind everybody too, guards ball was not invented because we thought we were going to be cute. Guards ball was not invented because we wanted to reinvent the wheel to just reinvent the wheel. It was created out of necessity. It was because we couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And, we always say, too, that this team goes with Jose Ramirez, good or bad. And you talk about these offensive numbers, and especially after the break, the Guardians, Jose Ramirez has not had an extra base hit since he's come back from injury, let alone a home run. His only value right now is walking at the plate, and he's still hitting third. He's still, the cornerstone of this team, even though his power numbers in that same amount of time aren't even better than Petey Halpin's. And what are we doing there, folks? The offense isn't moving, even though some guys are having pretty good runs or pretty good years. Stephen Kwan's having a great run. Chase DeLauder's a major leaguer. Angel Hanal's been playing pretty well the last couple of weeks. But if Jose isn't doing it, and even with the new guys, Joe Adell, Nate Lowe, they've been pretty good since they've gotten here. But we're showing right now, if Jose's not doing it, it doesn't really matter all that much. And those offensive numbers are going to kind of keep on here the rest of the season if Jose doesn't turn it around.
And Rob, earlier today, I have mentioned Lowe. Like, I'm listening to the game on the radio, and Lowe at top of the six. You had the Lauder on second. You had Ramirez. He walked the walk that you just talked about, and he's up 3-1 in the pitch count. The pitch is high, and he's just swinging away. He's just swinging. Fly out, inning over. And it feels it's one at bat, it's one snapshot. But do you get the sense that because this team knows how much they're struggling offensively, Stephen Vogt talked about it like, they're trying, maybe I'm paraphrasing here, maybe they're trying to do too much, maybe they are pressing offensively a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bugaboo in there. Like, there's something between the ears when they get runners on, especially. Like, if they ever go and honor this team, like the 10-year anniversary, 20-year anniversary, they should just put a guy on second base the entire ceremony and not have him score, because that's really what this team's about. I'm making a joke a lot of the times with my colleague Dennis Maniloff on WTAM, saying like, okay, the Tigers have the Guardians offense exactly where they want them. The bases are loaded and no out. We know nothing will happen after that. Yeah. And I mean, it keeps on happening. Last year, as bad as the offense was last year, at least they could hit in the clutch a little bit. At least they could hit with some runners on. That offense has gone away, and it has to be a situation now, because we see these guys get hits when runners aren't on. We see guys get hits when it's low pressure situations. They can do it, but it has to be getting in their head now that, the numbers with runners in scoring position, the runners with runners on first and second, no out, or, that kind of thing. Because I think the game today started with a couple of runners on with no out, and they couldn't do anything with it. And it just went downhill from there. So, I mean, it's just, if the fans are doing it and the fans can see it, the players have to know after the first couple of innings that they strand a couple of runners up. Here we go again. And that can't help anybody, not the hitting, not the pitching, because the pitching's sitting here going, what Parker Messick today, I didn't get his exact numbers. 5 2/3 innings pitched, he gave up a couple of runs. Like, if you're Messick in that situation, you give up that first run, let alone the second run, you're a little screwed because it ain't coming. So that means the offense is pressing. Now the pitching is going to be pressing. And this is a game that you cannot play while everyone's tense and pressure packed and, trying to get trying to hit 5-run home runs every at bat.
Oh yeah. And honestly, that's exactly what happened too. Like Messick, he had retired, I think 10 or 11 in a row. And then we talked about Lowe's at bat in the top of the sixth, bottom of the sixth, gives up the second homer or gives up the second run. And then a 2-0 ball game feels like it's 7-0. It's just, it's been the same story for years and years and years, except to your point, Rob, we're not getting the clutch hitting,
and
guards ball
and the bullpen. They were okay enough today, but again, it was a pretty low pressure situation. We've had a lot of these comebacks thwarted because the bullpen will give up an extra 4 or 5 runs, and when you look at any sport, if it's basketball and the Cavs, the Browns, the Guardians, and baseball here, every great comeback is dependent upon a defense, or in baseball's case, pitching, that can keep the opponent where they're at. If you're 5 runs down in the first inning, you really can't do much if you're 9 runs down in the 5th inning. The lead has to kind of stay. It has to shrink. It can't grow. And, we had a 7-run 7th inning against Arizona about a week and a half ago. We've seen the bullpen melt down 3 or 4 times since then. And when we, because as bad as these numbers are, AA, if you have the capability of taking a time machine back and checking MLB.com or wherever you were looking at these stats 2 weeks ago, they'd be even worse. Like the Guardians have scored some runs in the last 10 days or so. But when the bullpen gives up a 7-run 7th inning, it doesn't really matter if you score 6 or not. So, that's been the frustrating part about this too, is watching the pitching the last couple of years. We've been trained as Guardians fans just saying, get us to 4 runs and we'll be fine. Get us to 4. And the last couple of weeks, that formula hasn't really worked. So, Guards ball is dependent upon everything else but the offense, or power offense, actually being perfect. The defense, the pitching, everything else, base running, no mental mistakes. And it just hasn't been there. And that's why we're a 4th place team in the Central.
Rob, who in the bullpen can we trust right now? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm like, who in the bullpen right now can we turn to and just say, all right, you could turn this around consistently down the stretch here with about 6 weeks remaining in the regular season?
K. Smith, he had a blip last week, but other than that, he's been okay enough. Colin Holderman's been good enough. He's had some, blips too. That's what it is. It just seems like it's, a lot of these guys are fine 90% of the time, but it's that 10% is everyone rotates, and it's just somebody else kind of pooping the bed. It seems like on a daily basis here. I'm just looking up and down here. I mean, Hunter Gaddis has been all over the place. Tim Herron's been good at points, but he's also been very rocky at points. Yoho, I think this was the first decent outing he's had as a Guardian this time around here. Alaman, he's young, but he's looked amazing at points, but he's also looked like he forgot how to play baseball at points too. So I mean, that's what it is. And I think the bullpen's kind of indicative of the whole team, is that it's just so inconsistent right now. Sometimes they look amazing. Sometimes they look horrible. We just got to get everybody out marching on the same step. We got to rowing on the same oar. The analogy I've been using for the last couple of weeks is a misfiring engine. You know how when you're, all the timing's off and everything's, it's not running right. It doesn't run smoothly. This team can play. This team, we've seen it happen separately. We just got to get all 3 phases kind of firing at the same tempo here, and then it could happen. But 40 games out, I don't know if we can turn that around overnight.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Again, we're with the main events and WTAM's Rob Ruzicki. So we've had a look of, we've been in the fire in the AL Central with the Detroit Tigers, and then before that, the Chicago White Sox. When you've watched those 2 teams, what jumps out at you in terms of what they're doing right now? And, can the White Sox hold on in the AL Central? Or do you feel Detroit, if Cleveland's not going to make a run, do you feel Detroit can make a run at the AL Central?
Well, it's weird with Detroit. Like 2 years ago, they traded Jack Flaherty. I think they traded him out to LA, actually. And they made a run after that one. And we're seeing Detroit kind of do that again with, trading Tarek Skubal. So I think Detroit's going to be in the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to take the division, but I could see them, snagging a wild card spot. But with the way that Detroit's playing right now, yeah, I mean, okay, their offense is moving around. They got some pretty good starters. Kenley Jansen's still in the bullpen. right now they're not missing Skubal all that much. So I can see them making a little bit of a run. With the White Sox, I mean, I think they've won a couple in a row recently, but they've been kind of shaky the last few weeks here. So I don't know. It's a team that hasn't really been there before. This is a team that lost 100 games last year, 120 the year before. I mean, they were the sad sacks of baseball historically 2 years ago. And now they're trying to see if they can hold up to all the pressure of, coming down the line and trying to win a division here. But right now, the White Sox, they're hitting and they're scoring runs. They got the power numbers. It seems like they're never really out of any game. They're kind of the opposite offense of a Guardians deal right now. But we do have to hate the White Sox at this point. I don't know if you saw their situation against Cincinnati earlier today. Terry Francona was accusing White Sox pitchers of attempted murder. In so many words. No, there was like third inning, I want to say. It was the top of the third inning. No outs. Cincinnati had a player that took Davis Martin deep. The White Sox, he's a reliever, but he started the game. So Davis Martin threw a fastball at his head. The batter got out of the way, threw another fastball at his head that hit the batter. That dude, Martin, then got tossed. And then it was Eugenio Suarez was bitching about it really hard when the incident happened. He got hit in the head in the seventh inning. So the White Sox were playing bona fide, Jack Parkman, asshole ball here. I think Tim Anderson, newly retired Tim Anderson, was sitting there proud that they were just being pricks. But yeah, so we have to hate the White Sox now, which I don't really find all that difficult. But no,
real quick, Rob, was that the I listened to you and D-Man, Dennis Maniloff, on the radio. I was doing groceries, and out of the blue, I hear him talk about that incident. So that's who D-Man was talking about, calling, that was a punk ass move.
Yeah, and I've never heard D-Man use the punk ass off air, let alone on air. That was a little surprising.
It was Bush League, dude.
It was Bush League for sure. I mean, because a couple of things make that possible. The pitchers don't hit anymore, so Davis Martin wouldn't have a chance to get in that white little box and have that pellet thrown at him at 90 miles an hour or 100 miles an hour. And we're also missing a type of player in baseball that I really, really, really do miss. And that's the dude like Reggie Jackson back in the day. Reggie Jackson hit a home run and the pitcher was yelling at him. And he was professional enough to circle the bases and touch home plate before he charged the mound and beat the pitcher's ass. I think every good team needs one of those guys that, if you look at them wrong, will start a fight. And I think, if the Reds had something like that, I don't know if that would have happened maybe a second or a third time because, it was straight up Bush League. The White Sox, it was an interleague series. The White Sox and Reds aren't going to play each other again until June of next year if the season happens. But I would imagine next time those two teams play each other, there's going to be some shit involved. By the way, that was a rematch of the 1919 Black Sox World Series.
Wow. Holy smokes.
And the Reds won that one too.
Uh-huh. All right, we got Rob for a couple more minutes here. I want to take these last few minutes because, when you're on TAM, obviously I listen, and I like to take some airtime to talk about some of the stories that you've talked about on your shows.
Okay, at least I'm prepped for that. We're good to go there.
There you go. So earlier this week, full transparency, I took your story that you talked about or you were thinking about talking about with the nude steakhouse.
Okay.
Down in South Beach.
Broward County, yeah.
Yeah. What is your thoughts on the nude steakhouse concept?
No.
And would you ever book a reservation for a nude steakhouse?
No, I would not. No, there are some things that you need to have clothes on to do. And I think eating a sirloin in public or a strip steak or whatever cut of meat you would like in public is one of them. I feel bad for the employees. That's who I feel bad for because they're the ones who really kind of have to be there. And, Yeah, and I would think too that whole nude steakhouse experience would be a lot like a nude beach, where you think it's going to look like something and it's going to look completely different. You get on a nude beach. We had the chance when we were in Europe. I don't think we even realized it was a nude beach before we were walking around, but then obviously put two and two together. And it's always the people you don't want to see on a nude beach that are at a nude beach. And I would also think that the kind of person who would enjoy a 32-ounce porterhouse steak would not be the person you'd want to see eat that in the nude. I'm just guessing.
Dude, you eating the steak and the juices and stuff. Okay, that was a little.
No, it's fine. Like, dude, if I want to eat a steak naked, I have a house, I have a kitchen. I'll use them both. It's fine. It's not that hard.
In no world do I want to ever eat food naked. That's just me. There's no world where I want to eat food. I think you need to be somewhat close. Like, you need to have some sort of clothes to eat food.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure we could find some, crackpot to get a guest on, as to, tell us the benefits of eating in the nude, because that's what our ancestors did back in the day, and so on and so forth, back when the life expectancy was, 28 years old. But yeah, I'm sure we can find someone that will do that. I mean, we can, we see with the current, health administration, we can find anybody who can back up any health idea that you want.
Bro, ain't that the truth?
But yeah, we don't need to do that. We have invented clothes for a reason. I think we need to wear them in most of the time anyway.
I agree with that. One more story that you had on your airwaves. That kind of is like, wait, what? Buc-ee's, right? Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
So what's going on with so Buc-ee's? First off, we're here in Ohio. We don't have a clue about Buc-ee's, but those who have traveled outside of Ohio, you want to explain Buc-ee's?
Yeah, and actually, like, full disclosure, I think when I came back from Disney in March, I was planning on doing something about the gloriousness of Buc-ee's and how great of an establishment it is, and the brisket's amazing, and you can pick up pretty much anything you want there as long as it has a Buc-ee's logo on it. But yeah, Buc-ee's is, for those, we have one in Ohio, we have one in the Dayton area, but it's kind of like a Walmart meets Sheetz kind of thing. It's like a southern front, like, we're talking, not just a gas station, but 100 pumps. And we're not talking just a mini mart. We're talking almost a mall size situation where, again, you can get hunting gear to t-shirts to brisket to normal road kind of stuff. You can get, Buc-ee's t-shirts. You can get, pretty much anything and everything there, and it's a fun spot. It really is. I had a good, me and Nikki, again, we went down there, and one in Georgia, and we had a great time. But the issue is that apparently they are so litigious. They make Disney and Michael Buffer look comatose. They love to sue people. And what they sue for is copyright infringement, is intellectual property, basically with the name and the logo. Their logo, for those of you, and I actually thought I had a sticker around here somewhere or something. It's a comically douchey looking beaver in a yellow circle.
Okay, so we won't show it here because we might get sued. That's
honestly,
that's good enough.
Honestly, I would be worried. Yes, I would be worried about anything with that. Again, Disney holds nothing on these guys, and they're suing everybody and anything that has a name or a logo that's close to anything with Buc-ee's. Now the problem now, and John Oliver, one of my favorite guys on HBO on TV period. He did kind of an expose blasting this. And as that was happening, they put in paperwork to sue a convenience store in Beaver Creek, Ohio, which I think is about in the Dayton area. It's like about a half an hour away from, I think, where that location's at. But it's not on a highway. It doesn't sell gas. Like it's been its own thing, and it's also been open for about 15 or 20 years. It's been open for a pretty long time. And it's in Beaver Creek. It's Beaver Creek Mini Mart, I think is the name of it. But the beaver's the problem. They're suing the beaver. They're suing, all this kind of stuff. Mike DeWine's come out and said that this is not a great idea. Most the community has come out and rallied around them. I think there's a GoFundMe involved for legal fees, because that's what they do, is they don't care if they're right or wrong. They have all the money in the world, and you're a mom and pop convenience store in Central Ohio. They got the lawyers to kick your ass in pretty much any way possible. And what they're trying to do, I think what Buc-ee's or what the Beaver Creek community is trying to do, is give them enough of a pad for legal fees and anything like that. So yeah, I mean, right when Buc-ee's was really trying to expand up north, I think they've only gone out of Texas about 10 years ago. They've been trying to expand around the country and everything like that, and now they're kind of being known as the greedy corporation who is beating the hell out of companies that can't even put up a defense. The owner of that Beaver Creek Mini Mart, though, that's getting sued, he had a quote to local news saying, "This is how I feed my family. I don't know why they're trying to stop that." Like, I mean, that's about as bad as you can get with public. I'm just trying to figure out with them, like, they got all the money in the world. They got this huge corporation now. Don't they have a PR voice in their ear saying, hey, this might not be a great idea?
But what they're depending on, I think you said, you hit the nail. Like, they're depending on the mom and pops to just not have enough funding themselves for legal fees and things like that. And then, hey, we'll buy you out, basically. Like, let us take over. We'll give you a good payday. Have a nice day.
But there's got to be somebody PR wise in their ear that says, okay, for every dollar you make that way, you're going to lose 5, because there's hashtags going all the way around social media, boycott Buc-ee's. I think, it's a situation that the local community does not want them there anymore. They're not getting that business they're taking hits about this. And Ohio's not the only place this is happening. Like, this is not the only mini mart that's kind of getting hit up like this. This has been a normal, again, this is kind of big enough for John Oliver to, take a break from his soap opera career and do, a piece on this one on HBO on Sunday night. So, like, this is a thing that they got to deal with, and sooner than later, it's going to cost them more than it's going to help them, if it's already had.
Yeah, and that's a story. I'm glad you're on that. That's a story to keep track of, especially they're trying to expand a new market. Some of these, businesses, like, you try to pull some stunts like that, like, you're gonna run into one. I think Eli has pointed this out to me, as we try to expand our business here. It's like, you never know, no matter who it is, how much money they may have. It doesn't matter what kind of business they're running, but you just don't mess with the wrong one.
Well, and it's also to, beware the power of perception. We come from a school that with, perception is reality, tattooed on the wall. And, if all of a sudden, if everybody thinks you're this soulless behemoth company that is putting people out of business and costing families their livelihood, and, corporate, the perfect representation of corporate greed, when there's a lot out there to, kind of take that spotlight. That's not a good thing, dude. And again, it's going to start costing you money. And even if Buc-ee's, and I haven't done a lot of research on the good they do. I don't know if they donate to a lot of causes. I don't know what their politics are. I don't know how they treat employees. I don't know anything about that. All I know is that they try to put little businesses out of business for no particular reason. And I looked at Nikki. I said, we go down south a lot, either for Disney or for Hilton Head or whatever. We managed to go down south, at least once a year. We used to Google, like, hey, do they put a new Buc-ee's in that we can get to within a half an hour off our route? That's not going to happen anymore. Yeah. And I know, my $30, once a year isn't anything, but multiply that by a lot of other people who have a chance to go there a lot more than I do.
That's a huge point. And again, more on that down the road. We'll see how that develops. I'm very curious about that story. I know you brought that up a week ago, but very curious about that. All right. As always, we end the show here on Midnight Run with Smash or Pass. We take food items and we look and we're like, man, would you have that or not? Now, because I was so irritated by the Guardians, I didn't put in any new content for today. So I'm going to have you do an exercise that Eli and I did yesterday. I have a food tier list here, food tier 01. It's a photo, okay? And your job, Rob Rosicki, is to rank from tier 1 to tier 4 your item of choice. Would you prefer, Mexican food, Chinese, Italian, or soul food? Tier 1 being the best, tier 4 being the least likely. How would you rate this, Rob?
Well, I mean, I can do a lot with all of these, so that's not a problem. I'm not throwing anything off the table. But if I had to pick Italian number 1, give me a nice little bolognese sauce or a chicken parma any day of the week. We'll do Chinese number 2. I can eat my body weight in General Tso's and be hungry about 20 minutes later. We'll do, again, no bad choices in this. We'll do Mexican number 3 and just soul food because I probably have the other 3 more. Number 4.
I think that's okay. Here's my thing. And Eli can jump on the screen if he likes. Here's my thing. Soul food is solely dependent on who's throwing down. I think that's what it is. I have soul food number 1, but a lot of it is because my mom's cooking. Okay,
it is temperamental. It is because, anybody can bust out a decent, marinara meat sauce, Alfredo sauce. Taco Tuesday. Everybody, under the sun can make a few of those. I have General Tso is pretty much General Tso everywhere on earth, but soul food has the biggest. Yeah, you can screw that up probably more than the other 3.
Look, if there ain't 4 cheeses in that mac and cheese, Rob, we don't want it. We don't want it. If you ain't got green beans on that plate, we don't want it. Cornbread, come on. I mean, I told AA yesterday, and I'll tell you here tonight, and for those that didn't catch it yesterday, Mama Moon raised me on soul food. My mom can cook. And she passed it down to my sister, so I'm blessed. I'll be blessed for the rest of my life. I will be good. But, man, dude, there's just something about a soul food plate, Rosicki, and it's I feel like soul food is the theme of Thanksgiving. It's all your, go-tos, you're making it from the soul, the heart, your mac and cheese, your green beans, your cornbread, your chicken. I mean, oh, my goodness, look at the chicken. I mean, and then you got so much. We didn't even talk about ribs. Ribs are there, too. I mean, there's so much. I understand. Honestly, that's very fun, though. All 3 of us had completely different lists. Completely different lists.
It just kind of, what we're used to and because I had a lot of Italian stuff growing up. And I think even though we had no Italian blood in the family, but it was a lot of that kind of stuff. Actually, too, goulash, too. We did a lot of, that area of the world, too, because, Polish and German. But, give me Italian any day of the week. That's pretty much my go-to anywhere. So that's the hardest to screw up.
See, I don't think I was talking with Kyle Cornell about this photo. We taped the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast earlier, which you can see at 8:00 later today, 8 a.m. I don't think the Italian photo does good justice for Italian food. I think you need maybe some more sauce. Maybe a little bit more because it looks a little bland to me. That the photo that we have on the Italian.
It may not be doing us any favors here, but look, AA, Rosicki started talking about goulash, and my stomach started grumbling because I haven't ate much today, and that's Papa Moon. I talked to him earlier today, and I know we got to get out of here in a second, but I'll be quick with this. Papa Moon, he's I told him, and I didn't mean to say it to hurt his feelings, and he understood what I was coming with. I said, look, Pops, my mom, and my sister, they're A+ cooks. You get out of their way in the kitchen. If they ask you for an extra seasoning, you go and use your tall body, you reach up, you grab the seasoning, you get the hell out of the way. They are A+ cooks. I said, Pops, you've improved over the years. You are a solid B- to a B cook. That is where you're at. But, yeah.
You can't say B-. At least say B, pump them up B+. Oh, no, you
I'm
can't
a tough
say
critic.
B-.
I'm a
You
tough critic.
apologize
I'm a
to
tough
him tomorrow.
critic. I will. You know what? And I felt bad after saying it, but he said, I understand, Eli. You know, compared to those that you're comparing me to, that's where my rank would be. Now, against others, we've seen Worst Chefs of America and all that other stuff. That Bob Moon is probably a B+. Let's be real. But one of his best meals, to get back to the goulash, is goulash. I mean, he calls me up and he'll be like, hey, you know, I know you're out and about. You think of some goulash? You know, make a big pot of it. We'll have it for the next day or two. Yeah. Or, you know, you can't go wrong. Italian chicken parmesan. You know, you can't go wrong with some chicken parmesan and some garlic parmesan noodles.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh,
that sounds real good right
dude.
now. I'm not even gonna hold you.
My goodness. But I don't know. So Riziki, yesterday, just full disclaimer. Yesterday I did Chinese number 4. I put Italian number 3. I did soul food number 2 and Mexican number 1 is how I had my list.
Okay, yeah, as I said, there's no bad choices in any of that. I mean, there's probably items in all 4 categories I wouldn't have, but no, there's no bad style in any of that. We're not like throwing out Indian food or anything like that. That just, you know, okay. But
dude,
we're good.
Dude, they ask you about the heat levels on Indian food, like, you know, and they're like, how hot do you want your curry? I'm like, not hot. Like, to the point where my sister's like, you got to try some. You'll enjoy it. My little brother, oh, you'll enjoy it. You guys understand that Frank's Red Hot, if you're listening to Frank's Red Hot, we'd love to have you as a sponsor, but Frank's Red Hot sauce is literally hot to me. Like, whoo, I need like 2 bottles of water with it. It's like that hot to me. So curry and the spice levels, I'm cool.
No, and it's one thing when like you're expecting it. It's another thing when you don't expect it.
Yeah.
That is the worst. Like, oh, we're gonna get something a little hot, and it's ghost pepper. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's like, you know, chugging what you think is a glass of water, but you realize it's vodka about 2 gulps in. Yeah.
Man, bro,
that happened to me once in college.
Look, I'll leave with this. I know we're basically out of time. I'll leave with this. Riziki, I know you were taking care of business the one day when our bro Jack John was in town. But I'll tell you this. I'm going to bring it back to us here for a moment. I got to get rid of the old picture here. I know it looks so good. All right, back to us. But, Riziki, so Jack John had a big plan. You know our bro from Minnesota. He goes, I'm going to get everybody. I'm going to order a wing that's super, super hot. Like the hottest one on the menu at a local establishment that we go to quite a bit when Jack John's in town. And the panic, the pure panic on Double A's face when he ate this wing. First off, Double A's not really supposed to be drinking milk all like that. Drank so much milk. The guy the waiter took the milk because it was a quarter left and was going to get him another one. He's like, no, don't take that. Do not take that milk. I need that milk and then more milk. It was so funny. I was the only one that didn't do it. I told Jack John, I said, look, dude, I literally just watched you order that. I'm not doing it, bro. Like, I'll literally have to go sit in the car for the rest of the time. So, yeah, I think not my thing, man. I'm more of a savory, sweet, something like that.
Yeah, and that's like the one thing that me and Nikki don't get. Like, she loves Indian food, and I'm like, and I've looked at her. I said, I can go and I can probably find something on the menu that I can go with. But she's like, no, everything's just going to be curry. I'm like, oh, all right, whatever, we're cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since 2015, Riziki, Double A, we have not been curry fans, so I can understand.
No, and again, I like spicy when there's flavor with it. I could care less about the hot level. If it's spiced with kick and it has flavor, then I'm in. Like, cool. Yeah. That's cool with me. I don't need no atomic ghost pepper, challenge just to win a T-shirt. I'm good.
This is to blow your bathroom up 3,000. You got to try this on your wings, Double A.
Oh man, we're out of time. Rob, how can people find you, buddy?
Well, you can find me on WTAM 1100, either 7 to 11 with Dennis Maniloff, or after Guardians games where we're bitching about no hitting and not that timely a bullpen play. You can also find me on the main event on Sunday nights. Yeah, I'm doing that every week with these two schmucks. And then you can also hit me up on Twitter at Rob on 1100. And that's where I'm at right now. And just kind of yelling about sports and general political stuff and all of that kind of stuff. So good to go.
Also, folks, when you watch Main Event on Sunday night, you wish Rob Riziki a happy birthday.
That's right.
No, everyone picked that up. Huh? I didn't say words to any really, but okay, cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We don't forget. We've known you for 11 years, bro. We don't forget. Come on now.
Yeah, it also helps too that Facebook can tell you too.
Well, yeah, that too. Well,
Oh no, I don't have that excuse anymore. I do not have that excuse anymore.
That's true. That's true. Double A actually has been Facebook list for 2-3 weeks now. Almost a month.
I think it's been a month since I've been off of Facebook.
Was it before Moonbash?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Holy smokes. All right.
They're still reviewing my account.
Yeah, okay. Send us home, Double A. Get us out of here, man.
Well, one of us will win first. It'll either be Facebook or me. I might fire up my MySpace account again. Who knows? But for Rob, thanks for Rob Rozicki joining us on the show. For Eli Moon, Double A Anthony Alford signing off. Hey, guess what? We're back here tomorrow, 11:30 here on Midnight Run. The radio voice of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tim Alcorn, will join the show.
Everybody.
From the Jolt Tape perch. I promise, unlike last time, I promise I will have a towel on standby so I'm not sweating during the interview like last. Oh, man, it was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing.
He's had that gig for 8 years already.
I know.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
Like that blew my mind. Like, because we were talking about it today at the station. It just seems like he got that gig 2 or 3 years ago. But I guess time flies when you're having fun.
It does, and then also, I'm still sad about the passing of Fred McLeod.
Yes,
I remember getting that news, and man, that stinks. But yeah, I mean, John Michael on the TV side, he does a good job there. Tim Alcorn on the radio. I'm also going to ask him a little bit about high school football. I'm sure he's doing some high school football work too. So I know that's his love, but also the Cleveland Cavaliers with the schedule dropping, plus all the stuff that was happening in the or all the stuff that did not happen in the off season. I'll ask him about that as well. All right, folks, we're done. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.